Good afternoon and welcome back. My name is Christy Myers, and my family is a CDH1 positive family. I'm the mother of a previvor, a survivor, and I was caregiver to my husband, who passed just a few weeks ago. Now, besides being a widow, I'm a fierce advocate for stomach cancer. And I'm going to introduce our next speakers. Our first session today is a discussion on emerging science, early detection, and surveillance tools in oncology with Dr. Yanghee Woo and Mary Jimenez. Dr. Woo is a gastric cancer surgeon, surgical innovator at City of Hope, where she leads programs in robotic and minimally invasive cancer care. Known for her global perspective and commitment to advancing treatment options, she has helped shape major research efforts aimed at improving survival and early detection. Dr. Woo is also a dedicated advocate for reducing cancer disparities and expanding access to high-quality care within diverse communities. Mary Jimenez is a dynamic, performance-driven executive leader with extensive experience in biotech, diagnostics, and business development across Fortune 500 companies and startups. A member of Genentech's early sales team, she later led strategic partnerships at Caris Life Sciences, collaborating with major cancer centers and healthcare systems nationwide. She currently represents Cizzle Bio as a consultant and advisor, while also supporting emerging health tech and biotech companies, including Healthgates and Scientra. Mary is an active leader in the oncology and healthcare community, having served on national panels and multiple influential boards. Now it's my pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Woo and Mary.
Oh, I didn't get to give you a hug before you left. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to make sure I have the right slide because I don't want to talk about PIPEC and HIPEC when we're supposed to be talking about early detection. Okay, so are the slides there? Can we project the slides? Sure. How's everyone after lunch? It's I'm very grateful for Hope for Stomach Cancer and the Hope for Stomach Cancer family. I don't want to cry. I think I did a little bit this morning, earlier. And I'm very grateful for all of you for supporting stomach cancer research and supporting each other. Normally, I often talk about treatments for advanced cancer, surgery for stomach cancer, and the cause of you losing your stomachs. But today, I was asked to talk about early detection and prevention. And I think this may be the only way for us to end gastric cancer-related deaths. And we need to work on this because it's not a project that we can get finished very quickly. Lots of new drugs are coming out and many, many new biomarkers are being investigated. So blood tests, non-invasive methods, but they're not with us just yet, maybe one or two. And so today I was gonna hopefully be able to talk to you about, this is my fault because I was being very particular about not staring at the floor when I talked. maybe I should just walk around because I prefer to do that for maybe my next talk. How many of you are family members of, like direct first and second degree family members of gastric cancer patients? Okay. How many of you are patients, stomach cancer? Okay. This talk actually will be very important to family members as that increases your risk of developing stomach cancer, and we should be aware of that, particularly if you are, a CDH1 mutation, ctNNA mutation carrier, Lynch syndrome. But even not having any genetic background or gene carrier, a family history increases your risk of stomach cancer. And we should take action on that. And just knowing is not enough. I'm so sorry about this. I thought we were... I don't have that much science to share. This is more like call to action for you to be aware and go out into your communities and advocate for your communities that are at risk. We'll talk about so simple things that are very identifiable among your communities, our communities, that we can make a difference. I talk to our friends, our family, our church, our temples, our golf teams, or baseball teams, whatever you do for fun, wherever, school, PTA, it's opportunity for us to share the information that I'll share with you and talk about some of the work that we're doing to try to put science into practice, because the greatest science exists, but if it doesn't reach you or us, it doesn't help us at all. There's so many millions of billions of dollars being spent trying to find a cure, and I think we need to work on the other end for prevention and early detection. So can't be that hard to detect 30,000 gastric cancer patients each year, right? They don't have to be 80% advanced cancer, more than 40 to 50% stage 4. I mean, these aren't good statistics. In certain populations, young populations, Hispanic populations, with stage 4 cancers. Could have been detected earlier if we just knew. So how are we going to do that is what I was going to talk about, but. All right, then I'll just quiz the audience. Can I do that? All right. What is the bacteria that causes stomach cancer? Oh, that one was too easy. What blood type increases your risk of stomach cancer? Oh man, I'm preaching to the choir. I'm gonna skip like the first 10 slides to make it really simple, and we'll get to my clinical trial. Oh, we're good. All right. So the goal is to end all deaths due to stomach cancer, and I choose 2050 because I think that's a doable goal. 2050, everyone agree? Yeah. That we'll all contribute to this. So very simple facts that I want everyone to walk away with. Cancer screening saves lives. How many of you have gotten breast cancer screening? Prostate cancer screening? Colon cancer screening, okay. Well, probably the wrong audience to ask. Usually when I ask a larger audience, there's not that many hands. And even if I ask the physician's audience, it's not that many hands. Screening endoscopy is currently the only method proven to detect early stage stomach cancer. This is a fact. But stomach cancer diagnosis is often missed in early stages. As all of you know, that the symptoms are few and far between until it's very, very late. Who would suspect that someone who's 40 years old or 45 in the prime of their life with a little bit of stomach ache has stomach cancer? And you can even be stage 4. Duration of symptoms can last a long time before people acknowledge it. Ignored by patients. I can't blame the patients all the time because It's dismissed by doctors, so it's on both ends. So awareness, so you can educate the doctors. Screening early detection can prevent deaths due to stomach cancer, okay? We don't have a national screening program for stomach cancer in the United States because it's not one of the top cancers that kill us. However, national screening programs in South Korea and Japan, as you all know, that were initiated decades ago have increased the incidence of early cancer, detection of early cancer, and this incidence and detection early cancer corresponds to the 5-year overall survival of the population. No screening program in the US, 25% are only 25% or less are early, 75% or greater are advanced, okay? So that means that our survival of 39%, 5-year overall survival for everybody corresponds somewhat to this. We're making really great progress in treatment so that survival rate is going up, but that's not enough. Because why can't we detect the 30,000 patients early? 80% of stomach cancer in the US is diagnosed in later stages and survival is poor. So looking at the CCR data, the California Cancer Registry, the black line on top is stage 1 survival. 5-year survival is pretty good, not as much as we like, but stage 2 and 4 drops off significantly. And only 1 out of 5 patients seen at City of Hope come with early cancer. Most of the rest are advanced. And some of you fall into that category. The United States Prevention Service Task Force, USPSTF, does not yet recommend stomach cancer screening. So many of us have submitted nominations to make this so. No recommendations for stomach cancer screening, yet there is for breast, colon, cervical, lung, prostate, nothing for stomach just yet. So then who is at risk? We already gone through these slides, so I'll make it real quick. Californians are at risk. It's like bright red, the hub of stomach cancer with Hawaii. Most likely multifactorial, but I would say because the greatest population of ethnic minorities who are at higher risk live in California, like Hawaii, New York, New Jersey, Puerto Rico. I didn't mean to cut out Puerto Rico. I don't know if any Puerto Ricans are out there, but so you could see that the fastest growing ethnic minorities, Asian American, the largest population of who live in California are Hispanic, and therefore probably contributes. There's also, we looked at some data looking at geospatial stuff, environmental factors, and there are some environmental factors that contribute, and we'll publish that soon. So ethnic communities are higher risk. How many of you belong to an ethnic community who are Asian, Hispanic, and Black? You are at higher risk. 1.5 to 13 times. If you're Korean American male, you have the highest risk. So some of us sitting in the audience should go get screening at the age of 40. I won't name names, especially if they have a family history. So all cancers in all patient populations are not equal, okay? If you look at US, stomach cancer falls way at the bottom, and the risk of dying, it's like, I thought it was even lower, but it somehow made it to 15 now. Incidence is 15. But if you look at Hispanic men, women, Black men and women, Asian, the cause of death is on the top 10, top 5 for most. So this really matters for our communities. And we talked about, Christy was up here talking about CDH1 gene. It affects families. There's other genes that you heard from Sydney, CTNA patient. And then there are some modifiable, those are non-modifiable. We can't really change the genes. I guess we could, but we can't really change in general the genes that we're born with. But there are some other non-modifiable factors like age, men, but there are modifiable factors like H. pylori infection. You can get treated for that. You can quit smoking. You can eat better. How many of you ate the salad and not the salty stuff? Yeah, no hands. Oh, 2. Yeah, you're all at risk. So genetic syndromes, older age, H. pylori, these are Korean, Hispanic young adults, poor socioeconomic status, all contribute. So there have been a lot of efforts, including the Stanford Summit and such, that have actually really pushed, the gastroenterologists have really pushed for new guidelines, publications that have come out talking about the cost effectiveness of screening. And the American Gastrointestinal Association guidelines now recommend stomach cancer screening in high-risk population. So most of you who are over the age of 45 belong to this high-risk population, right? 45 years or older, 10 years younger than the first-degree family. So if your father or mother or sister or brother got stomach cancer at the age of 30, you should start screening at the age of 20 and get genetic testing, right? Targeted population, first-generation immigrants, high-incidence regions, family history of gastric cancer, hereditary syndromes, and non-white racial ethnic groups with elevated risk, Asian, Hispanic, Blacks. And then the modality they recommend is endoscopy and systematic biopsies. Can't just get an endoscopy and say, hey, I didn't see anything, they said everything was fine, and then you look and there's no biopsies. Well, you need the biopsy. Some things cannot be seen. And surveillance. Every 3 to 5 years, I would pose that it should be every 2. And there have been really good studies looking at cost effectiveness in this population. So guidelines within reality. One of the biggest, all those screening programs or recommendations made by the USPSTF actually need to go into the community, and it has to affect us. Like, we need to move to action to do it. There are many risk factors of why people don't go, and race and ethnicity are considered, low adherence to recommended screening guidelines. So what happens if we get gastric cancer screening guideline? Why does it matter? Because you're not getting colon cancer screening and the guidelines are already there. Your insurance is paying for your breast cancer screening, you're not going. So it's really important that we go. We can go as friends, family, and just go. Go get your screening. So there are other factors. Lower income homes, why don't they go? Well, they're far away from healthcare facilities. They can't take time off from work. It takes a lot of time to go get a screening endoscopy or a colonoscopy. You don't have good coverage, and your insurance may have run out. Gay persons have higher rates of, or lower rates of, higher rates of breast cancer, but lower rates of screening in cervical. But in general, people are afraid to go to the doctors, and these are some of the reports. Just individuals are afraid of invasive procedures, like my mom. I can't convince her to go get stomach cancer screening, even though every day she complains about it. So one day we'll take her. So I don't know if you know about Curid. Every study that we do has to be funded by somebody or something. And Curid is a foundation that funds rare cancer research. And I'm very grateful for Curid because they decided to fund a study to evaluate the feasibility, the application of actually trying to screen high-risk communities. Is it going to work? How many people will come? We will offer free endoscopy, and what are the barriers? This is the team. We have a bunch of gastroenterologists, Ed Kim, who is spearheading all of this, and a genetic counselor involved. And we talked about the rationale why we need to do this. We hope that screening upper endoscopy will find individuals at high risk and be able to follow them so that we can find the cancers earlier and prevent H. pylori and other premalignant lesions before, so that we can prevent deaths due to stomach cancer. This is the criteria. The study is open and enrolling, so I need you to go and talk to all your friends, and yourself need to sign up to come. If you're age over 40 and under 80, you're eligible. You register, you fill out risk assessments, we give you a H. pylori breathalyzer test, we give you a blood test, consultation risk, and receive endoscopy and follow up as needed. You meet a doctor, me. We talk about stomach cancer like we always do, and then you get your H. pylori testing, you get your endoscopy. But in all of this, what we realized is that we reached out to dozens and dozens of individuals who initially expressed interest. It's been very, very difficult for us to actually get persons who are healthy to come, even if they have a family member. And so we're in search of a non-invasive blood testing to really identify all the studies that are being out there, microRNAs, ctDNAs, all of them. We did a very extensive search to figure out how can we give a blood test, not just find out like a CBC, see if you're anemic, because that's a little late. Is there a test that we can do to detect stomach cancer early? So there is no FDA-approved non-invasive blood testing for gastric cancer early detection, okay? This is up-to-date information. The only FDA-approved non-invasive cancer screening method utilizing ctDNA blood tests is for colorectal cancer. There are many more colorectal cancer patients in the United States. Probably that's where all of the studies were initially done. And so, but there are many tools, blood tests like exosomes, you've heard microRNA, ctDNA, cell-free DNA, all of this fluid being tested, your genes, to many companies are testing it. So right now, the reason, and then there is this thing, multi-cancer early detection blood. So instead of just for gastric cancer, just for colon cancer, there are some tests that are trying to you take a blood test and they'll tell you if you have a cancer or not. Then you undergo these other testing. But some of the studies actually show that the sensitivity is pretty poor, and so we need to do some more work. So while we're doing this research, and the reason I agreed to give this talk is one of the reasons, other than trying to recruit you guys all to my study, is I met with Mary and her team, and there was a study done with DexG2, a bloodborne test, which seemed very, very promising. It's very, very promising for detection of early gastric cancer, but it was only done in the Chinese, Japanese, and Korean population in the West. Correct? Is that right, the randomized trial? Yeah, so I thought that it would be really great to bring this study and just while you're getting a blood test, send it away for this in all of our patient population that's so heterogeneous. So this is sort of the flow of how we get our patients and where you're going to go and what you're going to do. But we plan to include a DexG2 blood test to the study, and we want to validate this in high-risk U.S. ethnically diverse populations. They told me not to use the word diverse, but I don't know how else to do it. Heterogeneous. My populations, I don't know. But because I think that if we can get a blood test that's non-invasive and not so expensive, I've heard of like very expensive panels, that's accessible to most people and covered by insurance, then I think this will be a game changer, because by 2050, we should have been able to cure this cancer or eliminate it and just find it really early, or treat H. pylori, because our goal is if you're H. pylori positive, minimize all your risks, exercise, eat healthy, right? So one of the biggest barriers is funding. Funding for gastric cancer is so poor, so poor. Because NIH-supported prevention trials have led to major screening guidelines. What we need is funding. And I am grateful for Hope for Stomach Cancer and all the advocates for going down to DC and fighting on our behalf, because I would love to get funded. So this is I leave you with this. Take charge of your stomach health, our stomach health. Know your risks, minimize your risk for stomach cancer. Do not ignore stomach-associated symptoms. Don't let other people tell you that they don't mean anything. Get tested and treated for H. pylori. Consider an upper endoscopy, especially if you're ethnic minority, if you're over the age of 40 and you have a family history and you have any symptoms at all. And then overall, just be healthy. Eat healthy, exercise, sleep well, get your immune system up. And when you have free time, sign up for this City of Hope's early detection study. But last plug. And we can imagine a world without cancer at some point in our lives.
Oh, they're gonna just advance it here. I think they changed it. Okay. All right, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm just gonna say a few words about how the company was started. It was started by our CEO, Bill Binke, who sat in your seat as a parent of a 2.5-year-old, not with stomach, but with non-Hodgkin's, a very aggressive non-Hodgkin's disease, cancer, and so rare that they told him his daughter had days to live. She's 23 years old today because his perseverance of looking for research and advocacy and policy and all the wonderful things that Dr. Woo mentioned today. So keep up the fight, guys. I'm impressed with all of you being here because it matters and we can't go backwards. Right now, our government's changing and people are now hopefully showing back up to work, and we can get funding in the hands of researchers like Dr. Woo to make a difference. So I'm gonna briefly share with you today. I just thought I would start off with the mission and what drives me every day. I love working for a company and a leader that has that purpose. And it's important because if we want to advance cancer, we have to do these things. So I'm going to go right into talking about Cizzle's test and really cover a lot of things. And so I'm going to go through some slides pretty quickly because we have a great special session afterwards that kind of speaks to the Q&A. So DEXG2, as Dr. Woo mentioned, is hopefully going to be a test that will be inserted in the Kick It funded study that Cure It, Kick It, get rid of it, funded study for stomach cancer. So DEXG2's cancer test, we have a clinical validation and real world impact. Obviously, there's an unmet need, which you heard the numbers today already. To bring a minimally invasive, highly accurate, cost-effective diagnostic tool. It's cost-effective, guys, so I'll tell you, this is not gonna be a $4,000 test. It won't work in our world today. It's gonna be backed by, it is backed right now by a multi-center clinical trial that Dr. Woo mentioned, but was not in our country. So we're going to need to validate it, which this study will help and support that, and looking at the population here in the United States, which will include Asians, Europeans, Hispanics that are high risk. So you've got to start out with that high risk to prove to everyone that you can make a difference in them. And it's the same thing in therapeutics. And then you move up the needle and to be able to get it to market. So we're counting on you. So gastric cancer, it's a global healthcare crisis. As Dr. Woo alluded earlier, the third leading cause of death, more than 1 million new cases are diagnosed, and unfortunately there are a lot of deaths due to this because it's diagnosed in more advanced stages. So as I go into talking about current screening challenges, again, this is something that was mentioned earlier. You know, the methods like endoscopy are invasive, they're costly, they're not feasible globally, and as Dr. Woo mentioned, family members have to take off from work and drive in to the center, and it takes a whole day. And for hourly waged employees, that's not gonna work often, and so they don't go in to get screened. And so those are real reasons, I think, that often get ignored, but it is the reality of why people don't get screened. So looking at serological tumor markers, the CEA and CA19-9, which I think this audience obviously is very knowledgeable about, they lack the specificity and sensitivity. So I'll speak to that in a minute about DEXG2. and as I mentioned, an unmet need for cost-effective, non-invasive early detection solution. So how did we get started? How did Cizzle get started? Besides the passion and motivation of a father of a 2-year-old. It started with being introduced to AJ Gall, who works out of the City of Hope, is a scientist, and really oversaw this study and did over 10 years of research and investment of over $12 million. And Dr. Gall identified this novel AI 10 microRNA-based panel test that I'll kind of break it down for you, kind of what it means to a patient to get tested. They're biomarkers that are relevant to gastric cancer. And so he put it in a panel with an AI algorithm to be able to be tested and computate out, basically if you're positive or negative for gastric cancer, in a nutshell. So the innovative blood test holds potential to transform the diagnostic landscape for gastric cancer and save countless lives if we can get into the hands of study patients to prove to the government that we are making a difference in moving the needle, and most importantly, preventing later diagnoses. So when we saw and read about this licensing agreement at City of Hope and what Dr. Gall was doing in his lab, we flew back to City of Hope and talked with him, and our CEO was really geared in launching a lung test and said, I'm gonna pause. No one's taking this test. And as Dr. Woo said, it's a smaller disease state. He said, I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna fight for these patients. So he took the licensing rights, which is, you know, the legal agreements that you need, and take this study and the test forward to commercialize it. So we're doing these tests now, so it's not available today. It's going to be ran through Dr. Woo and other researchers so that we can make an impact in this deadly disease otherwise. So this is just really quick, the clinical use, risk stratification for patients with persistent upper GI, greater than the age of 40, or family history. We see it as an adjunct tool to prioritize referrals for endoscopy or imaging. So Dr. Woo will kind of break down and talk to you in more depth later about the algorithm and how it would fit in. And then we think it has certainly prevalence. If it can be picked up early and pick up the cancer early, it potentially could be used as a surveillance tool after early gastric cancer treatment. So you're early stage, in the perfect world, you're going on your treatment. You could get a blood test, basically, to follow your treatment algorithms to make sure, and not just wait till you have symptoms again and it's spread to your liver, your lung, or your bones. So we're hoping could be another use for this test because it can pick up in early stages. So patient groups, I think we've kind of spoken about this, population, high-risk patient population, Latinos, Asians, Eastern Europeans, European ancestries and regions, and South Texas and California. So I'm a Texan, so of course I had to put Texas on the map here, but it's not a great statistic to have, unfortunately. South Texas has one of the highest stomach cancer incidents right now. And we'll say probably why. Well, we're a border state, and H. pylori, right? We're also military USA. So our military also are exposed to many more environmental factors, saving our country every day. We need this test for them, guys. So we need it for everyone in this room, and we need it for our military who defend our country every day. So I won't beat a dead horse. H. pylori, I think everybody got that test right, that test question from Dr. Woo earlier, so I'll go right into talking about the test. So DEX-G2, the science behind it. So Dr. Woo talked about Dr. Gall's study that was done in Asia. This is the 809 samples of patients that was analyzed, and they looked at cell-free DNA and exosomal microRNA, and those are just biomarkers that are relevant in the gastric family that the doctors research in the lab. And so there are many of them, so they needed to pare it down, and when they put it into an algorithm AI-driven machine, it pared it down to 10. So they went from a large number to a smaller number. The 10 most important biomarkers in the stomach cancer space. And so that's how they came up with this. And so for early stage detection with the AUC under the curve. So that's just looking at the probability and safety of the test. And so as we look at the clinical efficacy, you want that AUC to be high. So it was 96.3 in training and then 95.4 in the validation in Asia, where the test was originally ran. And then looked at testing metrics. I'm just gonna quickly cover for you. They look at sensitivity in diagnostic tools and specificity and negative predictive values. So I'm gonna tell you just really quickly, the sensitivity, why you want that number to be high, because it shows how effectively it is to identify patients that are positive. And specificity is you want that number high because you want to be able to identify how effectively it identifies negative cases. So you don't only want a high positive test, you want somebody safely rule out if you don't have it. And then you look at negative predictive values. That's the probability that a person who tests is negative. So you want that negative predictive value. You want to know that negatively you do not have cancer. So when they looked at the scoring metrics and it ran through an algorithm, those were the numbers. So I always look at a high score. 90, that's good. You know, you passed your test. So 96 is a very high range. A lot of tests out there are normally in the 70 to 80 range. So to have a test that high, now we want to go back and do our homework and study it in the United States to make sure that those numbers are reproducible. So it's a 10 microRNA, as I mentioned, AI-driven panel that can effectively identify early stage PT1 gastric cancer. So our post-surgery validation confirms specificity and reliability of DEXG2 test. So we want to be able to look at post-surgery. So I'll stop there and thank you for your attention and giving me a opportunity to spend some time with you guys and talk to you about this exciting tool that we think certainly can hopefully change the trajectory for gastric cancer.
Do you want to take some questions from the audience? Do you want to take some questions from the audience first before?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Woo and Mary, so much. Hi, everybody. You've seen more of me than you probably want to, but my name is June Sweat. I became involved with Hope for Stomach Cancer back in 2020 when my 16-year-old daughter was diagnosed stage 4 stomach cancer. They kind of helped me get her through the next 10 months, and then she did pass away because of that late detection. She was extremely healthy before. So that's just my little connection. We have a few other patient speakers, one who is not able to be here today. So before I introduce the ones that are here, I want to introduce Jamal. He did not get to travel to be here. He was going to speak. Jamal Millisock, he unfortunately had to be hospitalized a few days ago, but he wanted to record a video for everyone because he really wanted to be here, and we hate that he's not, and we hope that he is watching at home. So if everybody would just maybe give a little round of applause to Jamal.
Here we are again, and I'm here just to kind of fill you guys in on what's been happening in my life. A lot of you guys see me pretty active within the HOPE organization and just trying to help others that are dealing with this horrible, relentless disease. But there's some more that's been added onto my stories. Last year, I started having bowel blockages. Within a 5-month period, 6-month period, I had 5 surgeries where they had to open me up, unfortunately. But every single time they biopsied, every single time negative. For that surgery, they went in to clean up scar tissue, and he took out a whole bunch of scar tissue and also took a foot of my bowel. He did a resection. He cut that part out and he set that away. And then he reached down into my peritoneal and he felt some polyps. So he removed those and sent them away. And everything he sent away came back positive for signaling cell. So that was our reoccurrence in February. And that was the beginning of the fight all over again. I was sick. I was a mess. It was just a downward spiral. I would say to my fiance, I was like, I'm just free falling. I'm just falling. And finally, it just clicked in my head, like, reach out to your people. And so I reached out to Arusa and to June, to Aki, and I just told them, I was like, you guys are my sisters, and I don't know what to do. Like, I'm hurting. And they caught me. They did exactly what Hope for Stomach Cancer is all about. They threw their umbrellas out and stopped the rain, and they gave me hope, and they said, you did this before. You got to do it again. And the reason I'm in the hospital right now currently is I started taking on fluid for some reason. And we knew that we wanted to get out to LA. And so we hurried up and got up here. But unfortunately, I was too sick and too swollen to be able to, it wasn't safe for me to travel. So that's the catch up of where I am and why I was not able to see everybody out there. I miss everyone. I love everybody, but I'm still just trying to thrive and just trying to fight this good fight.
Yeah, so we definitely miss you, Jamal, being here. So for our next speaker is our patient, Arusa. Are you ready to come up?
Okay, well, hello everyone. You guys have probably seen me here more than, more than once today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Arusa Khalid, and I am a stage 4 stomach cancer survivor. I was diagnosed in September of 2020. I was 27 years old, healthy, didn't see it coming, but my story kind of starts a few years before that. So before my diagnosis, I started having gastrointestinal issues in about 2015. I was in college. There was one summer where I studied abroad. I was traveling, and I came back home from that summer and realized, like, wow, I lost like 25 pounds without even trying. And but I just kind of associated it with, oh, I'm traveling. I was also fasting for Ramadan. I was gallivanting around Europe. I was like, happens. But there was a lot of symptoms in terms of nausea, pain, and discomfort that just wasn't subsiding. In a course of about 4 months, I saw my PCP, I saw my university doctor, everything like that, and I was just being told the same thing, where it's like, hey, this is just stress related, like just maybe take ibuprofen, for the pain. And so that's just what I did. Ultimately, what ended up happening there was I passed out at work. I woke up in a hospital, and I was told that I had passed out because I was internally bleeding. I had a stomach ulcer, and I'd had it for so long and it went untreated that it had perforated a hole in my stomach lining, which led to internal bleeding, which led to me flat on the floor. During that time, I was also tested for H. pylori, and I tested positive. I went through 2 rounds of treatment for H. pylori, and I remember having a conversation with my doctor and them telling me, like, okay, like, now that you've had this pretty nasty ulcer, like, you're prone to have more, right? So from that point on, they're like, we want you to see a GI regularly. We want you to have endoscopies regularly. And for the next 5 years, that was pretty much what had happened. I became very familiar with ulcers, what it felt like. Most of the time I could take Prilosec over the counter and it would resolve on its own. So fast forward to 2019, I started experiencing pain and symptoms of what I thought was an ulcer. A lot of these symptoms included persistent pain. Sometimes it would be dull, sometimes it would be sharp, but it was always there. I was constantly feeling full. I would get hungry, eat 1 or 2 bites, and then just feel extremely full. I was extremely bloated, and I experienced a lot of fatigue, just like a complete, I don't know how to describe it other than just like no energy. Everyone knows their baseline, right, with their energy. And for me, at the time I was 27, so it's like, I know what I can do. I know what this looks like for me. And all of a sudden I was just tired. I knew it wasn't normal. I went to my GI, had an endoscopy. Everything came, he was like, oh, this is just a really bad ulcer, just kind of treating me for that. So this continued to happen for the next year. So in the course of 1 year, I had 3 endoscopies and a colonoscopy, all with biopsies, multiple ER visits, where I'm being told that, again, that it's just stress related. This was also in, when the pandemic started. So I was it's March 2020, and we're being told to stay far away from the ER, right? And I'm in the ER and I'm still being dismissed. And I was like, you guys, I don't want to be here. I really, really don't. But that's just like where I am in terms of, I know something's wrong with me. And unfortunately, it just kind of, was getting this, it was the same runaround. In September of 2020, it was my 3rd endoscopy where my cancer was confirmed. My GI called me in, and he is telling me that, they found cancer, that my biopsies were positive, but I was initially diagnosed with duodenal cancer. I was told that I had a duodenal tumor, and that's what the course of action was going to be, was to treat duodenal cancer. I saw multiple oncologists trying to figure out what to do next, because I'm told that duodenal cancer is very rare. They don't see it in people my age. So the course of action was to let's do surgery. So I went in for a Whipple procedure. A Whipple procedure is not a standard of care for stomach cancer. It's typically used to treat duodenal cancer or patients with pancreatic cancer. For those of you who don't know what a Whipple is, it is a pretty extensive surgery, which includes the removal of part of your stomach, part of your pancreas, your duodenum, your gallbladder, your bile duct, right? So this was something that a lot of the people that I got opinions from, they were like, you're 27, like, you don't need to be doing all of that because this is gonna change your life. It was kind of like a last resort type of thing. Went in for the surgery, and I remember my surgeon telling me, like, hey, in pre-op, like, there is a possibility that if we open you up and things are looking a little not what we're expecting, you know, there's a chance that we could close you back up. And I remember telling him, I was like, well, whatever is inside of me is literally killing me, so please just like try to take it out. I woke up from surgery, and the first thing my doctor told me was I was misdiagnosed. He was like, hey, so what we thought was duodenal cancer was actually gastric cancer that had metastasized to my duodenum and my pancreas. There was lymph node involvement, and it was just a lot to process, because for me, I'm just like, oh my God, I've spent this past year being told I'm fine when I wasn't fine, and then they told me it was this cancer, and then it was this cancer, and there was a lot of frustration and I guess a lack of faith with what I was being told, right? And just kind of coming to terms with, wait, this is something that even like the experts in this field, like there's only so much that they know. Because of how extensive my cancer was, I started chemotherapy right away. I started off with Folfox, and it was a beast. It was all of the side effects that they mentioned that you can experience, I experienced, like every single one. I ended up in the hospital after every chemo session. I dealt with a lot of dehydration. I was having seizures. I was losing consciousness. I was not responding well. At that point, I go to MD Anderson, and I was treated by Dr. Ajani, and we were able to do, this is where I was tested for biomarkers. At this point, I had not been tested for any of this. I found out I was MSI high, PD-L1 positive, and he mentioned that Keytruda would be a good option for me. We, set all of that up, but then I got a call from my insurance company saying, hey, this isn't going to be covered. And I had good insurance. I was like, I don't know, what's going on here. And we appealed it, just kept getting the same answers. And I was like, okay, so how much is this without the surgery, right? Or how much was it without insurance? And they're like, oh, it's going to be like $48,000 for every treatment that you're going to need every 3 weeks for the next 2 years. And I was like, cool. Can't afford that. And this is really where I think my relationship with Hope for Stomach Cancer came in. I was in touch with Aki throughout this entire process, and she got me connected to someone at Merck in their patient assistance program. She was like, hey, reach out to them, tell them your story, just see if they can help, right? I did that, and the process couldn't have gone smoother, where I had someone get in touch with me. They're like, we're going to provide you with this treatment at no cost. Amazing, right? Like, if it wasn't for Hope for Stomach Cancer, if it wasn't for Aki, I would not be here. So this organization has truly saved my life, has done a lot for me, and and I'm just really grateful to be here. I would say, I know that my story differs from a lot of other stage 4 patients. Unfortunately, there are less survivor stories. I feel very blessed and lucky to be here sharing my story. And if I had, I guess, any message to anyone else kind of dealing with this, I would say, you need to advocate for yourself. No one's going to fight for your life the way you are. You're invested. And go into everything really understanding that no matter how great medicine, all of these things are, there's limitations to everything. You can have an amazing oncologist, amazing providers, but they can't know everything, right? So that's why joining a community like this is so important, because you're constantly, you're in the know about this new treatment, this new test, so many things that I learned, right? I would also say, like Dr. Woo mentioned earlier, we don't have the diagnostics and screenings for stomach cancer. I wish someone had told me that because of my ethnic background, I was at a higher risk, or that because I had H. pylori that I needed to be more vigilant. I had the H. pylori, I was never spoken of again. You know, connect with others, find your people, find your community. And if you're going through treatment, just take it a day at a time. And just have something to look forward to. Whether it's like for me, it was like my post-chemo smoothie bowl. Just something that you're gonna look forward to, something small. And yeah, I feel like that's really how I got through all of it. I would also say allow yourself it's okay to feel all the emotions. You're going to feel anger, you're going to feel grief, you're going to feel sadness, and you're going to be frustrated, and you're gonna ask, like, why is this happening to me? And I think for a while, I spent a lot of time trying to just like push those feelings to the side versus actually dealing with them. And it wasn't until I allowed myself to feel that and go through those emotions where I was able to get through that and get to a point of contentment and understanding that, while I may not understand it, I'm exactly where I need to be. And so as a stage 4 patient, my goal here really is to share my story. I would love to see early detection and better screening guidelines for cancer, for stomach cancer. And I would love to see more surgical and curative options for stage 4 patients. Again, I'm very lucky that I even made it to the operating floor. Had I been diagnosed with stage 4 gastric cancer from the beginning, I wouldn't even seen a surgeon. I wouldn't have made it to that, appointment. My series of unfortunate events was actually very fortunate for me. But it shouldn't take that for stage 4 patients to have surgical options. It shouldn't have been, this miracle that I was given. And I hope to see other stage 4 patients have that opportunity to fight and to be on the other side of it. I just hit 5 years from my initial diagnosis, which, if you guys know, if you know, it's a big deal, right? Like it's the big one. So just happy to celebrate it here with you guys. And I'm around all weekend if you guys have any questions, but thank you for letting me share my story.
Thank you, Arusa, and thank you. She stepped in last minute to share her story, and that's no easy feat to try to get 7 hours worth of a story condensed so well into 15 minutes. So we thank you for that. Now I would like to invite Aureli up here. There you are. Okay, sorry, it's hard to see. Just tell her story. Aureli.
Hi, everyone. Well, sorry. I'm a little nervous, so bear with me. And again, she described it so well. All of us have such a big story, right? And how do we condense it to where we want it to come across the way that we do, right? But first and foremost, I would like to thank Aki and all the team of Hope for Stomach Cancer for having me here today. It means a lot. And to all the patients that are here as well with us and caregivers who basically give up their life, right? Like our life is just stopped by cancer. When you hear the word, cancer, everything stops, and then you just have to kind of restart, and then it doesn't stop, and then you're here now in a conference room, bonding with an amazing, group of people. And then I would also like to recognize all the people that we've lost to this horrible disease. So with that said, my diagnosis story also starts at one point, and then it goes back a couple years because there's history in that. But I was diagnosed in 2024 while I was 28 weeks pregnant with my third child. And the reason why I was diagnosed was because I had been going to the OB that I was having a tumor, which was, they kept telling me that it was a hernia that was coming out of my umbilical cord, so my belly button. And because my belly was growing, it was pushing this tumor out, and each time that the tumor was being pushed out by the growing belly, we could see it changing color. My husband actually has pictures of like it progressing, but I'd go to the ER and I'd talk to my team about it, and they'd be like, basically, we don't want to touch you because you're pregnant, and let's wait and see, and it looks like it's a hernia, and so we're not going to do anything right now because we don't want to hurt the baby. And the reason why that area was so weak was because a year prior to that, I had had gallbladder surgery. So that's where they take the gallbladder out, and it was very sensitive. So the last third visit, the ER visit, I looked at my husband and I said, there's liquid, there's coming out of this opening, which is where my belly button is, and we knew that something wasn't right. When we got to the hospital, the surgeon on site basically said, your baby's gonna be fine. I don't want you to get sepsis, you can die. We have to take this out. And then the next day, they told us it's cancer, gastric cancer, stage 4, because it had spread. At the time, we didn't know it, but to lots of places that I'll name later. So I received, within those 2 weeks, I had surgery while pregnant again, stayed in the hospital for 2 weeks, and during that time, I had endoscopy, colonoscopy, I had biopsies, I had a big team who would just stand in front of us. They're trying to figure out what kind of cancer I have because they didn't know what was going on. I had my port placement at the hospital while pregnant. NSTs, if you're familiar with pregnancy, it's to check the baby, and this was done like 24/7. And sorry, it's my first time talking really about it. So I guess it got me emotional because I remember thinking I wasn't worried about my baby at the time. I knew that my baby was going to be okay, but also we had to tackle this new thing together. And a day after my port placement, I was very sensitive. I didn't have any sedative while they placed my port, so I have a lot of trauma around that. There's a lot of trauma that I think cancer patients don't talk about, and that's one of my traumas. So every time that my port gets accessed, I basically go into I hyperventilate. And a day after, they gave me my first chemotherapy after letting me know that it was stomach cancer. I'm at the hospital, and they tell me that it's not gonna hurt the baby. These are things that you never hear of. I've even talked to some of you to hear, and they're like, oh, they were able to give you chemotherapy while pregnant. Yes, that is a thing. That happens. So the goal now, after finding out that I had cancer, was to basically make sure that my baby would be born. Okay, so it wasn't just my life that the doctors were worried about, it was also my son's. And at 34 weeks, they decided that it would be a good time for me to have my C-section, because I've had C-sections to bring him out. We met with a whole bunch of teams in the NICU. They'd tell me like, oh, your son might not be able to breathe on his own and this and that. And thankfully, the baby was born perfect. He's about to be 2 years old, and he's got the attitude of a Superman. I don't know, he's insane, but he's doing amazing. And that's one thing that when I went into the community space of finding out about cancer, I realized quickly how blessed we were that my son made it, because a lot of babies don't make it when you find cancer while women are pregnant. And I decided that day that he was my miracle and I was going to live for him and for all my kids. I have, again, 3 kids, but I call him my little miracle cancer baby. So yeah, but my spread is I have thyroid spread, I had right axillary spread, the peritoneal, which is the big one, right, ovary spread, and then my treatment plan was FOLFOX. I responded well to that, and I was very naive in the beginning because I heard the words remission. And when you're in stage 4 and you're new to the space, you don't know what that means. And I learned quickly that it really didn't mean much. It just meant that you're going to be okay for a little while. And sometimes that's 1 week, sometimes that's 6 months. But for me, it was about 3 months until I had to go onto the next line of chemotherapy. And that was the FOLFORI, which got me really, really, really sick. And I had progression on that, so we had to stop that as well. That's when I lost all my hair. My identity completely changed because FOLFOX, I was able to have my hair. I don't look like the typical cancer patient. So we got through the FOLFORI, that it wasn't working, and my oncologist decided to, or not decided, but we had been doing, thankfully, one of the things that I'm very grateful for in my team is that he does the routine PET scans every 3 months. He does the ctDNA testing. He does all of that. So that's something that I also learned in the space that was very important, which I think it's important that when we come together, we talk about what we can do to, get us to a place where we can be stable, especially as a stage 4 patient. After giving birth, one of the hardest things as well was that I wasn't able to feed my child. As a mom, you are innately supposed to give nutrition to your child, and I couldn't use my breast milk, and that was really hard. So I guess what I'm trying to say is it was really hard to navigate being a new mom again and having found out that I had cancer. You hear the words 3 to 6 months to live, and it's just hard. But I like to think of my story as like the half that's kind of sad, and then like the other half that's better, and I think I'm at the better half now. We've finally got me on another treatment, which is targeted therapy, and it's called HER2, because I have the HER2 positive biomarker. So again, the importance of the, the testing of the biomarkers, right? And I'm currently stable, again, just doing my scans, and what I really just ask for and pray for is energy to keep up with my kids, and that's what keeps me going. And so I'm there now, so that's why it's my happy half. Unfortunately, I do deal with ascites. I think that that's something I hear about sometimes, but I don't hear often in our community as well, stage 4, which, if you're not familiar with it, is fluid buildup in your stomach. And when you start having that, it could be, I believe, from what I understand, it's because of the peritoneal spread. And I currently get two times a week, I get drained 4 to 5 liters of fluid, and through a procedure called paracentesis. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that, but it's you become numb basically to a lot of these treatments that you do. And when you tell people about them, they finally realize, like, oh, that's what you do? Yes, like each time I go in there, you know, they numb me up, they put a catheter in, and then I just walk off like I'm gonna go feed my kids lunch if I can, if not, meet my husband at home and he's feeding them lunch because he's also been the #1 provider for our family since my diagnosis. I don't like to focus, as you guys all are familiar with what treatments and all of that, and you know what we all go through that. We all have our story. We all have the things that we have to deal with. But I really liked how she led in why am I up here? What's important? How are we going to be the future? How are we going to be the change? And I think it really just starts with ourselves, right? The change starts with ourselves and finding out what drives us. And what drives me is my family, and that's what I truly believe why I'm still here and why I will continue to fight to be here. And we get discouraged, I think, as stage 4, but I think that's why it's important to stay in the space, because there are so many things that are new that are coming out that you are hopeful that you can, you know, potentially seek, and it could help you or it could help somebody else. And that's kind of why I started loving getting involved with all the organizations that, you know, help out so many of us that are lost, because I think that's what we're all here. You know, we were lost when we were given this horrible news, and we came together, and now we found this amazing family, right? So, sorry guys, I'm just like, it's a lot. I also want to talk about legacy, you know, like what kind of legacy can we leave behind? As a stage 4, it's something that is thrown in our face, death. And, you know, I think about what do I want to be remembered by? And the first people that I want to impress are my children. And so I want them to see me here, up here, you know, even if I'm like nervous, broken, I want them to have the courage to come up and do something like this and say, well, my mom did that. And I think it's important to do that. And that's why when we were at lunch, I really admired the Kim siblings. That was amazing. And you guys just telling your story. And then we ask ourselves, well, I asked myself, like, why do they want to hear my story, or why would they want to hear my story? But that's important to do, because it's how we're going to advance in the community. And just be kind. You know, we're all going through something. We all have our struggles, and being kind is free. So I want to be remembered for that. But yeah, I'm nervous, sorry guys, and I'm gonna just end. And if you have questions, just let me know. I'll be around as well. I want to thank my husband though, because I think the caregivers don't get enough credit. I think they give up their lives to serve us. And they didn't choose this. We didn't either, right? We didn't either. But my husband I always look at it like he had to give up he wants to go to work. He can't go to work because he's at home potty training, changing diapers, you know, and like, we all have different situations. We all have, you know, your kids can be small, big, whatever. But yes, if you're a caregiver out there, I really commend you and thank you for all that you do for your loved ones, because they might be too tired to tell you sometimes how much you really do for them. So thank you for that.
Before I get started, I just want to let the audience know that Dr. Woo and Mary will be around all day. So if there's any questions, you'll be able to ask them throughout the night, okay? So thank you, Arusa. Thank you, Aureli. Your stories, like all of ours, remind us and help each other feel less alone. Thank you for sharing so openly. My name is Jason Diaz. I was diagnosed in 2018 at the age of 32. I was diagnosed with stage 2, and I've been in remission since 2019. I'm here today because I believe in the power of community. I believe in making sure that no one goes through this alone. And we're all, like Aureli mentioned, one big family. Maybe not the family that we thought we needed, but we're here now and we have each other. So thank you all for being here. It's with pleasure that I introduce our next speaker, Dr. Danny Castillo. Dr. Castillo is a physician scientist and medical oncologist at the City of Hope, specializing in gastric and gastric esophageal cancers. She leads efforts to bring cutting-edge technology research directly to her patients, focusing on improving treatment, options, and quality of life for those living with advanced or metastatic gastric cancer. Her work bridges the clinic and laboratory, studying how the tumor microenvironment and, I'm going to butcher this, but microbiome and circulating tumor DNA can guide us and personalize therapy and early response monitoring. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Danny Castillo.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? I think maybe this one, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so the speakers are, okay, can you hear? Always tell everyone in my clinic, it comes from patients. It has to go back to patients. I'm very happy to see Jason today, because I remember one day it was his birthday, and then I called him. I said, hey, the circulating DNA is negative. I just hung up because I was busy. He said, I called back. He said, Dr. Castillo, today's my birthday. That make my day. I just want to share. I pray that continues to have a good health, and then also happy to see him every year here to help our other patients. And also the unique part of the two cases I hear today, I think because they have different pathology, because one case is MSI high, which is amazing, like only 5 to 8% of the patients had that phenotype, and then also HER2 positive. I encourage you to stay positive. We pray for your babies as well. So today, I think, go to the first slide. Just want to show the topic. Okay, yeah, so Aki, thanks to Aki, also Rebecca, and then the whole organization for the invitation, because the task for today is to talk about integrating biomarker-driven trials in peritoneal metastasis, we call as GCPM, in gastro and gastroesophageal cancer. This is a disease I see every day. So why peritoneal disease plays its own playbook? I believe, as one of the speakers mentioned about ascites, and we know this peritoneal cavity has a very unique anatomy and physiological, and similar to the immune privileged niches like the brain, the bones, and these make the peritoneal disease hard to treat. So currently, for the first line, stage 4 unresectable and metastatic gastric cancer, the first line treatment has been chemo with immunotherapy, or if it's a HER2 positive, we add anti-HER2 treatment, and then also Claudin 18 positive, we will give the zolbetuximab, as we know, published last year in November. So peritoneal disease was the predominant site of metachronous, which means like when you are cured at the beginning and later, unfortunately, the cancer comes back and it comes back to the peritoneal cavity. So in our single center experience, by looking at the 335 patients, And after patients went through everything like a chemo and surgery, and then it's still like 38% of patients will come back with the peritoneal disease. This becomes a rising, attention in the community. Besides the clinic practice, and then we also notice that there is also primary tumor alterations, such as like CDH1, PIGR mutations, and then we talk a lot about tumor microenvironment, because this tumor, why they become so resistant, because they have very unique environment, because they have their community to protect them, to be defeated. So this busy slide mainly just want to show you in the peritoneal cavity, there is a chemo-resistant, there is also immune-resistant peritoneal metastasis rise from the divergent macrophage-centered network. So on the left side, you can appreciate there is a chemo resistance, so certain immune cells like macrophages and then cancer cells, they send out all the signals to their neighbors, and those signals attract the other cells like a fibroblast and then also neutrophils, and these like change the tumor behavior and they just ignore this killer like T cells and even some natural NK cells. On the other side, for immune resistant, we talk a lot about, later on I will show you some data to convince current the fact that immunotherapy may not be, controlling peritoneal disease, because this kind of tumor cells release certain signals, like we also talk a lot about beta, TGF, and the other signals. They they kind of shut down the immune system. So overall, the cancer avoids both chemo and immune therapy while creating their own niches, allow them to grow and escape all the medications patient can receive. So there is a growing numbers of new therapies, so are biomarker based. When you look at this pie, you may wonder, this is lung cancer treatment, right? There are so many mutations, and they definitely change the landscape of the treatment strategies. On the right side, by using the biomarker-driven therapy in the first line, and we look at the HER2, which is the keynote 811. When I was giving lectures to fellows and the residents, I always mention this is one of the best studies I appreciate in the last decades. When we look at the 5-year survival, and then also you see the median survival is beyond 20 months with overall response rate of 72.5%. And then we also have a Claudin 18-driven therapy. We also have immunotherapy in combination with the chemotherapy. And then also we know there is FGFR2b. Even Aki was very disappointed the other day because there is some changes. However, we never stop. And so, and also on the left side, you can see there are also established biomarkers, like our speakers mentioned about HER tumor type, HER2 positive, and then actually it depends on location. Sometimes can be 15%, sometimes in the GE junction can be up to 30%, and the MSI high. So I believe 3 years ago, when I came here for the first talk about the biomarker-driven clinical trials, I mentioned it's going to be malpractice in the community if oncologists do not test the patient for MSI high. And then also we know there is a PD-L1, 40 to 60% of patients will have at least 1% above. And then also we know that Claudin 18, so at the City Hope, actually, we see more Claudin 18 positive patients. And then also there are a couple of biomarkers in cooking in the lab, and then we know that FGFR2, HER3, and then also CMET, and we also have so like new immune markers like LAG3, and on the right side. So one of the survival, we talk about which medication will improve patients' overall survival, also related to the second line and then the access to care. So predicted changes to second-line chemotherapy. Many of us might know about the Ram-Taxol, which is Rainbow trial published in 2014. At that time, overall response rate was around 28%. This has been the second-line standard for decades. However, there is a lot of things ongoing, such as TDXD for HER2, which has been approved. And then also there is also AstraZeneca, the antibody drug conjugate targeting Claudin 18. And then we also know there is FGFR2 antibody drug conjugate for FGFR2b positive patients. And also there is a certain like EBV, PI3CA inhibitors ongoing. So the biomarkers and also targetability in gastric cancer, especially with the peritoneal disease. So there are also ongoing Claudin 18 in the peritoneal versus, primary tumor paired with metastasis size. They find that there is discordance. So therefore, we recommend to do multiple biopsy if it's possible to compare whether, biomarkers are concordant. In the middle, you can appreciate that 1 out of 4 cases showing mismatched Claudin 18 status between, as I mentioned, primary tumor and also metastatic size. The peritoneal may have a little bit higher Claudin 18, but in the liver, we find much less expression. On the right side, you can also see I put some information here in terms of FGFR2b in the peritoneal, and these markers are more common in the diffuse type, and they are also linked to the cancer spreading to the peritoneal lining, which we call the peritoneal cavity. So in general, there is a tumor heterogeneity, discordance between the primary tumor and then the metastatic size. And also many studies have shown the gastric cancer spreading, and also we talk about peritoneal versus non-peritoneal. This is all guided the doctors to choose certain sequencing of the treatment. So this is also another busy slide. So I want to show you the effect of systemic and also intraperitoneal therapy on the peritoneal tumor microenvironment. So we can see that the systemic and intraperitoneal therapy did not cause any major changes in how patients' internal pathway compared to untreated samples. However, when we look at the, so there is also a lot of pathways, and initially those cancer cells are silent, but once you give them the treatment, they become activated. So there is ongoing discussion about tumor microenvironments such as M1 and M2, and we try to decrease the M2 expression and then boost the M1. And overall, those ongoing studies are trying to focus on the peritoneal-directed treatment. So here, this slide, I want to show what's going on in the lab. So there are also ongoing tissue-based risk signatures. For example, there is the publications are listed on the right lower quadrant, and you see 6-gene biomarker panel has been derived and validated across multiple clinical cohorts, which means they identify the high-risk patients for peritoneal carcinomatosis and detect those kind of metastasis. And then these approach will also help to predict which patients will have recurrence to the peritoneal. So it has been ongoing, and hopefully in the next couple of years, we will have some approach, like we can wash the patient's peritoneal at the beginning, and then we follow up with the circulating DNA to protect those patients' recurrence. And then in the middle, there is also an EMT-linked transcriptional program to detect certain pathways such as PI3K, AKT, and the RAS-MAC pathways activation and the downregulation of those kind of apoptosis with inferior overall survival and the disease-free survival. This is all kind of like laboratory-driven, but it's going to, in the next couple of years, going to be tested in a clinical trial setting. And so, as I mentioned, there is ongoing non-invasive blood tests such as circulating DNA, DNA methylation. Scientists in the lab that have been trying to find out how these methods will improve the patient's outcome, and also, like we talk about early detection. And then, what if the cancer happens in the stage 2 and 3? How we can prevent them later on come back as a stage 4? So speaking of first-line treatment, we all know that chemo with immunotherapy has been tested and FDA has approved because of those kind of randomized study. And this one, I want to show you, this is one of the pivotal studies globally presented multiple times in the major conferences. We call this name as a Checkmate 649. So what this study is about, the study was conducted in the unresectable stage 4 gastric cancer patients and looking at the tumor markers such as PD-L1. So the Kaplan-Meier curves on the left side, you can see the PD-L1 CPS above 5. You can see the blue and the red lines separated very nicely, right? Even after 6 months. And the lower one is intention to treat. When we do clinical trial, you have to randomize patient to chemo with immunotherapy versus chemo alone. And you can see in certain groups and which patients benefit the best. On the right side, I want to draw your attention to the subgroup analysis, which is more interesting to me as a medical oncologist. When we look at the peritoneal disease, did you see the lines cross over, right? That means it doesn't work. So I also extract the data from their presentation. This is a table I did by myself, and you can appreciate for the subgroup analysis with patients with peritoneal disease, which is like about 377 patients, there is no overall survival benefit. Again, this is a very heterogeneous patients population, so we need the future clinical trial design to be focused on patients with peritoneal disease. So our group, we are very interested in peritoneal disease since, Dr. Woo talked about, we will also talk about the HIPEC study in the next couple of hours. And then since we see so many gastric cancer with peritoneal disease, so I personally become very interested in this subgroup. So we did the meta-analysis by using all the landmark studies which we have from the last 5 years, totally like around 5,400 patients from all this Checkmate, Attraction, Keynote, 859, and Orient conducted in Asia, and the Rationale 305, and also Gemstone 303. So we look at the subgroup analysis, pay attention to which patients benefit more from the chemo and the immunotherapy. On the right side, you can see this is all patients with liver metastasis, with and without. And then also on the left side, you can see the gastric cancer with peritoneal disease versus without peritoneal disease. The summary is the patients without peritoneal disease had benefit from combination therapy, which is chemo and the immunotherapy, versus a patient without with peritoneal disease. And then also you can see the hazard ratio for patients with peritoneal disease was almost like 0.93, so almost like near the 1. So the survival benefit is preserved in the liver metastasis, however, decreased in the peritoneal metastasis. So this study has been presented this year, we call it the BIMA trial. BIMA trial 42101, which is the selecting patients who are FGFR2b positive by IHC staining 10% above. And the study is randomized to with the targeted treatment with chemo versus chemo alone. So there is a lot of ongoing discussion. I think it's too much to discuss today. However, I want to pay attention to the left, which is another forest plot analysis, looking at the patients with peritoneal disease. What do we see from this data? So this data showed peritoneal disease patients definitely benefit from FGFR2b directed treatment. So this should be something in the future. Even the study was presented by Dr. Ra this year, and all the consensus come from the community. It may not be practice changing. However, we see the signal. This drug is working for some of our gastric cancer patients with the peritoneal disease. So we talk about first line, we talk about second line, and we are talking about third line. So CAR T cells, these CAR T cells directed, Claudin 18 directed CAR T cells has been caught a lot of attention in the community. Almost like every couple of weeks, I got emails from patients asking about, do you have a CAR T cell therapy in gastric cancer? So this is the data conducted in Asia. what we saw in the peritoneal metastasis versus non-peritoneal metastasis subgroups. And then you can see they both groups benefited from this CAR T cell treatment. And then also you see there is very consistent from with and without. So take-home message from this CAR T cells in the third-line setting. So this Satry cell showed robust and consistent progression-free survival benefit in both patients with and without peritoneal disease, supporting in the future, it may help our patients. And the identification of novel biomarkers for peritoneal metastases through this peritoneal lavage fluid. So after patients had a surgery, and then our surgical oncologist colleagues will connect the fluid, and then they will send to the lab to test whether there is any circulating tumor cells. Even under the microscope, there is no disease. However, this circulating tumor DNAs may give us some information that those patients need to be followed more closely, because they can triage this patient, which one will come sooner. So the separate analysis of pre and post-surgery, the peritoneal lavage fluid circulating DNA showed very predictive value with the AUC of like 0.9, and also the negative PLF circulating tumor DNA strongly correlates with absence of the future metastasis or recurrence. So speaking of our own practice, just want to show some patients' cases. I got their consent. So in our practice, and even stage 4 gastric cancer, we started to use circulating DNA to monitor the patient's tumor burdens and also guide us for multi-modality therapies for gastric cancer patients with peritoneal disease, besides PCI scores. And then you can see the patients on the left, patient 1 and 2, so for example, patient 1 had a curative surgery, and then you can see that starting from 2000, I think it's 2021, anyway, 3 years later, the patient had a recurrence. Actually, the recurrence happened much earlier than this CT scan. And then also we also use the circulating DNA to monitor, because sometimes patients want to de-escalate their care because they feel like their quality of life has been changed, has been affected, and they want to have a break. So how we can make that decision? Sometimes circulating DNA will help us to give patients a couple months of break. And the current and the emerging treatment approaches in gastric cancer with peritoneal disease, there's a lot of things ongoing in the preclinical setting. So we can see that the multimodal therapeutic approaches, including cytoreduction and HIPEC, and also emerging biological, cellular, even nanotherapy and oncolytic various strategies. Even we haven't been able to conduct all those approaches in the clinical trial setting, but it's going to come. So again, so we talk about in using biomarker-driven clinical trials. These are the early trials of anti-TGF-beta bispecific antibodies targeting CEA and those kind of biomarkers. And then also we have CAR T cells on the way. So for example, this cartumaxomab, which is anti-EpiCan and anti-CD3, and the investigational drug will be infused to the peritoneal cavity. So there is a phase 2 study. I believe Sloan Kettering has that study. And then also there is a CAR T cells, and they now try to put the CAR T cells in the peritoneal cavity. And then also I talk about EpiCan, and has been an interest for both gastric cancer and colon cancer. So in the next couple of slides, I want to share some stories from my patient. So this is again, this is a HER2 positive case. 66 years old, a male presented with abdominal distension. He had a weight loss in the last couple months. And then he did paracentesis, which showed large ascites. And then also his initial ascites were bloody. And so he was diagnosed with stage 4 gastric adenocarcinoma with a peritoneal metastasis. And as I mentioned earlier, nowadays everyone has to be tested, especially in the metastatic setting. We need to know the patient's NGS. So the patient's tumor was tested MSS, which is microsatellite stable, and HER2 IGC3+. PD-L1 CPS score of 2, and then that time, because he has a large situs, and the patient even cannot walk, but we call it the ECOG 1, which reflects the patient's performance status. And the treatment, and the patient received the chemo, trastuzumab, and pembrolizumab, which is based on the Keynote 811 regimen, and had 9 cycles of the treatment. And then we dropped the oxaliplatin to avoid neuropathy, so patients on the maintenance with trastuzumab, pembro. And after 1 year of treatment, his diagnostic laparoscopy showed no evidence of disease, and the PET scan showed very clear that there is no radiographic evidence of disease. And so the top CT scan showed at the beginning of diagnosis, you can appreciate those gray area. This is like bag of the water in his abdomen. This is all ascites. And then on the lower one, that's 2.5 years ago, 2.5 years after his treatment. And then he has no evidence of disease. So the patient also underwent robotic gastrectomy, and he has a D2 dissection. The pathology showed polydifferentiated adenocarcinoma, YT3 and 1. So 3 out of 32 lymph nodes positive. And then Dr. Woo did a very good job and negative margin, and all the adjacent tissue testing was negative for cancer. So we also also repeated the biomarkers with the residual gastric primary tumor, and then also HER2 becomes like much less. This happens very often for HER2 positive patients when, after 2 or 3 years, sometimes we see the cancer coming back, we have to retest the tumor. Anyway, so for this gentleman, he finished the 2 years of adjuvant pembro trastuzumab, and he has multiple images, circulating DNA all came back negative. He decided he doesn't want any treatment, and we respect that. So I think he's approaching his 3 years, and we'll continue to monitor him. And the second case, is a 45 years of female with gastric cancer with metaconus peritoneal disease. Initially, she was treated in the community, and you can see the pattern. So she had a flood. At that time, she was diagnosed with stage 3 gastric cancer. She did a lot of surgery upfront. There is no upfront chemo, no immunotherapy. So the pathological diagnosis was T4A and N3B, and with a lot of lymph nodes involved. And so when we see this pathology, we know patient had a high risk of recurrence. And the patient finished her adjuvant flood 4 cycles, and afterwards, the community oncologist just followed the guidelines. So for those patients, they just let them be under active surveillance. So a couple months later, the patient found to have a pelvic mass, and the mass, she underwent surgery, and it consisted with the Kuchenberg, which is from the gastric cancer recurrence. And then the patient came to me after everything happened. So we did the tumor profiling, and she has MSS, and her HER2 negative Claudin 18 was 100%, and she also had a very typical PIK3CA mutations, which we see from a lot of gastric cancer, and also CPS of 1. So we enrolled the patient for Claudin 18-driven antibody drug conjugate studies, and you can see that after 3 months, the patient had almost like near complete response. And she initially had ascites, and then the ascites also disappeared. However, the company decided not to develop, and which was very frustrating for all the providers. So, and then we have to put her on treatment because she will recur. So we put a patient on capecitabine, oxaliplatin, and zolbetuximab, and her ascites also decreased and even disappeared after maybe 2 cycles of treatment. However, because her family has some issues, she doesn't have a very great family support, and she dropped her treatment. So recently she called me, she had a recurrent ascites. take-home message from my presentation. So we can see that there is a immunotherapy resistant in the gastric cancer with peritoneal metastasis. And based on the subgroup analysis, there is more like studies needed for this category. And then also we talk about targeted treatments such as FGFR2b blockage, and we also talk about the local regional immunotherapy. And we know that the Biannual study has been presented in the recent international conference. Hopefully they will give us some like proof of concept of this regional plus systemic immune therapy. And the translational biomarker advantages, as we talk about circulating DNA in the peritoneal lavage fluid and the peritoneal specific transcriptomic signatures will help the physicians and the scientists to develop more peritoneal directive treatment. This is the end of my talk.
Thank you, Dr. Castillo. Once again, we're going to have all of our physicians together at the end of the day. So any questions that you may have, they'll be able to answer that, okay? But with no further ado, I have the honor of bringing up Dr. Woo. I don't think she needs much of an introduction, but I'm going to tell you she's my personal hero. And she's here to talk about PIPEC and HIPEC. So, Dr. Woo.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna have to switch gears from our talk earlier to this one. Hold on, I hope it didn't run out of batteries. I think it's plugged in, okay. Give me 1 second. I don't like talking about this topic. But yeah, I'll tell you that I became a surgeon because I wanted to cure cancer, and always everyone expected, you know, cancer surgeons to be scientists. You know, got to do a little bit more than just operate and know your cancer really well. But I really like operating, and I really, really wanted to just cure cancer. But over the course of time, I met a lot of patients, and they inspire me and sort of encourage me to stay where I am and shift over and not just care about the patients I can cure, but the ones that I can't. Aki asked me to talk about HIPEC. It's my perspective as a robotic surgeon, trying to do things, you know, I spent the first half of my career trying to be as minimally invasive as possible, smaller incisions and better outcomes. But I think that's not enough. And early detection is a long-term goal, and the cure and care for stage 4 patients with peritoneal metastases, urgent, unmet need right now. So we spent a lot of time, some of my time, researching biomarkers, the stuff that Dr. Castillo talked about, and I'm very grateful to have her as part of our team to work together, partner in this area. Really need a strong multidisciplinary team for this. And we study viruses as well on my free time, which is on weekends and very late nights. So you gotta excuse the typos from this presentation, because it was like very, very, very late last night that I put it together. What came to me when I was thinking about this group is that we all have so many questions. And I think a lot of the questions were answered scientifically usually with papers and a lot of studies. So I always wondered which patients are at the highest risk, not just developing stomach cancer, but why do people get peritoneal carcinomatosis? I think we have some answers to that. Question number 2 is, how do we diagnose peritoneal carcinomatosis? You know, we all end up getting CT scans and PET scans, repeat CT scans and PET scans, and often peritoneal metastases goes undetected until it's too late. So things need to change. Our standard of care has to get better, or we need to follow the best standard of care. So I urge you to take some of this very simple answers back to the community and advocate for your friends. How do we treat patients with peritoneal carcinomatosis from gastric cancer? And I think Dr. Castillo gave a brilliant talk summarizing a lot of the information out there. And I'm just gonna, do what we do at City of Hope and share that with you. And what is the role of intraperitoneal directed therapy for peritoneal carcinomatosis and gastric cancer? This is a very, very often asked question. And how does it fit in? What's the timing? Who benefits? And unfortunately, a lot of the answers are unknown, right? So many of the questions that you have about your own cancers really need to be discussed in a multidisciplinary manner with experts. It's not something that you can get from my PowerPoint presentation or Dr. Castillo's or Dr. Cizzle's, from today, but it will give you like an idea of what is available and what is possible. How do we use peritoneal molecular biomarkers in treatment of gastric cancer patients? You heard that. Well, in practice, very little in the community and all around in general, but we're trying. We're trying to make peritoneal carcinomatosis a disease entity that is not ignored or unknown, right? It's another unknown area that we really need to explore. So the biomarkers are coming, and experts are using it. So as you know, peritoneal carcinomatosis poses a unique challenges that are very specific to where it is and how it develops, protected by the blood peritoneal barrier, severely immunosuppressive microenvironment. You've all heard this, but this is the reason it's very, very difficult to treat peritoneal carcinomatosis from gastric cancer, especially if your tumor is not responsive. And the other question you ask is, are you at risk of peritoneal disease from your gastric cancer? So we've heard already, this is a very simple version. I took it from our ISPP consensus guidelines of looking, we did some literature research, and these are the key factors that came up. Surprisingly, women are more likely to have peritoneal carcinomatosis, higher risk of presenting with gastric cancer, peritoneal carcinomatosis in the young and Hispanic. And then there's a bunch of histologic and molecular features, including EMT subtype that you heard Dr. Castillo talk about. Over the years, many, many classifications have come on. And to be honest, do we really use this in clinic often? We're so busy treating our patients, with this that sometimes we know it's in the back, but how can we use it? How do we use it to prevent recurrence? It is, in practice, is very, very difficult. And in practice, you don't get the Borman, the Singapore, ACG, RG, and not all of this is actually done for your tumor. So only some of it is available for use. Have you had peritoneal evaluation for your gastric cancer? Well, patients present with locally advanced, even seemingly early cancer with no PET or CT evidence of peritoneal disease. How many of your peritoneal disease was diagnosed on a CT scan or a PET scan that you know? Many of our patients actually go undetected for a long period of time, and Dr. Steer talked about ctDNAs in the blood and other methods, where the surefire way to accurately diagnose peritoneal carcinomatosis is you need an operation. It's very simple, 2-3 small incisions, 30 minutes in the operating room under general anesthesia, and it is recommended in all patients with at least a T1B cancer to rule out occult peritoneal disease. In the past, what happens when you got diagnosed with peritoneal carcinomatosis? Well, it's just stage 4, it was really bad. Did anyone want to know about it? Well, now there's the treatment for stage 4 is different. We have targeted markers. We want to know if your disease has already spread or not. At City of Hope, we recommend staging and then restaging for gross and microscopic disease and reevaluation of your peritoneal disease for molecular markers, potential targets for clinical trials, et cetera, to talk about and discuss potential treatment strategies that may not be available from your primary tumor biology alone. How do we treat patients with peritoneal carcinomatosis? from stomach cancer? Well, this is a really big question that probably takes more than the entire day to discuss. You know, conferences are dedicated, and Dr. Senthil presents at a lot of them, but this is, you know, to make it very simple, there's some key points that we should all know. I think that all stomach cancer patients in the United States should seek care in a multidisciplinary expert high-volume center. The reason is that high-volume centers are known if you are treated, if your cancer is treated at a high-volume center, we know that there is a lower mortality for you and our family. And there is greater adherence to evidence-based care, higher clinical trial access. As you know, if you go to bigger centers, that's where the trials are. That's where you get evaluated for the full extent of what treatment is available. And then there is enhanced coordination of surgery, chemotherapy, and supportive care within a multidisciplinary treatment strategy. And why does multidisciplinary care model matter? Well, it matters because it is associated with an increased median overall survival. If your expected outcome is 4 months, if you are treated at a multidisciplinary care model, you can double plus that if you get this type of, you know, expert comprehensive care. Unfortunately, in the US, we're struggling with this, you know, with the rare cancers like stomach cancer, especially with those with peritoneal carcinomatosis. There are few high-volume experts, rare expert centers specializing both in stomach cancer and peritoneal metastases. Multidisciplinary care is underutilized. Unfortunately, I think the good news is that with advent of, you know, telemedicine and Zoom and Microsoft Teams, we're able to communicate better. So people have more information now than they had in the past, and they can find their way to the nearest expert center. And then obviously there's it's all associated with health inequities. So I wanted to introduce you to our team. You met Dr. Castillo. So this is the City of Hope Gastric Cancer, Stomach Cancer Program approach. We built an entire team dedicated, well, not all of them do just stomach cancer, but they do a lot of stomach cancer. So, and it is very imperative that the places that you go get treated have these specialists just in case, so that you are offered the expertise that is necessary. What we don't have, and I was just talking to Maggie, is that we don't really have a great nutritional support, like support for you to recover or to have strong nutritional health during your treatment, which is actually a big need all over for cancer care. So always putting the patient at the center. We really want to just put you at the center and figure out what is the best treatment strategy for you. And this is what you deserve, and this is what you should demand for your care. You know, evidence-based, critical evaluations, optimization, innovation, trials. So what happens to our patients? You got advanced stomach cancer, then you should get the full staging required and recommended. Part of genetic screening if you meet the criteria, but most patients who walk in the door of City of Hope get even genetic testing and molecular testing. And then you should have a centralized multidisciplinary review, or at least more than yourself or one surgeon or one medical oncologist making all the decisions for you so that you can have a second and third opinion. Staging laparoscopy, and then we have choices. And the decision for what is done, you talk about HIPEC, PIPAC, all of this is actually very personalized because the guidelines are very vague, and the trial outcomes, I think Dr. Senthil has some really great results from her studies, but not all of them are great. It helps some people, but it does not help others, and many of this need to be really designed just for you, and it's a very intensive program, And the rationale for regional therapies, I think we just talked about overcoming challenges of systemic therapy. If systemic therapy is enough, we don't need IP or intraperitoneal directed therapy. The problem is it's not enough right now. And Dr. Castillo showed that some of the trials that show benefit overall in the patient population, and you can be grouped into one category of being treated in that way, well, the subcategory of patients with peritoneal metastases or diffuse tumors or tumors that don't have specific biomarkers, they may not benefit as well. So by delivering the drug directly into the peritoneum, whether by IP, HIPEC, or PIPAC, you break that peritoneal barrier. So direct delivery, superior drug exposure, and augment efficacy especially for HIPEC with temperatures or pressure for PIPAC. So HIPEC, does anyone not know what HIPEC is? Wow, this is a really well-educated group. All right, I'm gonna move on. But do you guys know what laparoscopic HIPEC is? Awesome. So then I'm just gonna move on, because at City of Hope we make these 4 small incisions, and laparoscopic HIPEC is performed minimally invasively, and you go home the next day. So the rationale for HIPEC is that as you know, if you heat up the chemo for up to 42 degrees, optimum temperature, then there's a lot of things happening within the abdomen and the tumor microenvironment that enhances penetration of the chemo into the cancer cells. One of the barriers to this in any drug is that if your tumor is going to be resistant with the drugs that we're using, I don't know that heating it up may help a little bit more, but it doesn't give you the 100% kill that you want. So even though we have these directed therapies, we still need better drugs that work systemically and better drugs that work intraperitoneally. And obviously, this requires that you come to the hospital, undergo this procedure under general anesthesia, and it is very intensive. It can be done alone or in combination, and NCCN guidelines have reviewed a lot of the data. And essentially, HIPEC it talks about mostly about single HIPEC, and so I want to broaden that it doesn't have to be a single HIPEC as long as it's not really coupled with surgery or cytoreduction. So the concept of repeat HIPEC by Dr. Biannual, and these should all be combined to figure out a better strategy. NCCN guidelines state that HIPEC should be considered only for highly selected patients with limited peritoneal disease and after multidisciplinary discussion. Interestingly, I've seen patients with low PCI scores progress right through HIPEC. And I've seen patients with PCI scores of 39 that the next time around with systemic therapy, with HIPEC, go to a PCI score of 0. So these guidelines are general, and we still need to figure out which patient that's going to go from 39 to 0 with systemic therapy in combination with certain HIPECs and certain drugs. Was it the paclitaxel that I used? Was it the mitomycin that I used? Was it the cisplatin? Well, there's studies out there showing us some of the sensitivities, but we don't have all the answers. PIPAC. Does everyone know PIPAC? Does anyone not know PIPAC? Guy, you're saving me today. Thank you. So pressurized intraperitoneal aerosolized chemotherapy is investigational in the United States. It was started out not as HIPEC was in big open surgery, but using laparoscopy, minimally invasive small incisions, and historically, this is not, even though it's new in the US, it's not that new globally in Europe. Over a decade and a half ago is when it started. And historically, it was used in patients who were not candidates for cytoreductive surgery or HIPEC due to high burden of disease in the peritoneum and poor performance status. Because what they saw was that minimally invasively, they can easily go in and perform HIPEC and PIPAC, which is only like a 5-minute pressurized chemo spread and 30 minutes of letting the chemo actually get into the tumor. And they've learned that the drug concentrations that are achieved are like exponential and logarithmic. We're still under investigation to see which drugs are the best, which combinations are better. So NCCN guidelines and other guidelines consider PIPAC investigational and recommends only using it in the US within a clinical trial. I don't really recommend it outside of a clinical trial. It's a promising option, and it should be discussed and thought out if you have more advanced disease. So the rationale I discussed a little bit before, there is some, hypothetically, it has an amazing benefit. It's 10 to 100 times stronger than intravenous. Its penetration is great. It's delivered minimally invasively. Systemic absorption toxicity is really low. And there are some promising outcomes from the trials internationally. But it is still investigational. Unfortunately, FDA has not approved the PIPAC devices in the United States. So at City of Hope, we're doing our first US gastric cancer PIPAC using nab-paclitaxel, that's albumin-bound paclitaxel, which has better efficacy than paclitaxel alone in peritoneal disease. And what I'm very, very proud to say is that this trial, we tried to open for a long time. And during that time, we lost a lot of patients. But thanks to really, really grateful donors and patients and families and friends, we got the money to do it. So I'm just going to quickly go through it. It's PIPAC for gastric. If enrollment is for patients who have failed first-line therapy, and it's dose escalating phase 1, so we need to test the doses as we go, but it is not alone. You get the PIPAC along with your systemic second-line therapy. So patients who are eligible are only if you failed first-line therapy and your medical oncologist or Dr. Castillo at City of Hope decides that there are no other clinical trials that would benefit you better, and we put you on this trial. We've already enrolled 3 patients on the trial for the first dose level, and we're going to dose escalate to the second dose level. And then we possibly could go to a third dose level and open it up to the rest of the other sites in the US consortium. It's every 8 weeks of PIPAC, and the goal is to find the safety. But we know that it's safe because we did the study, they did the study in Europe already. And one of the more important things is that this kind of study allows us to collect all the samples and tissue and tumor to evaluate, so that as patients get treated, we really figure out nutritional status, functional status, peritoneal tumor, all of the biopsies, ctDNA, exosomal DNA, all that stuff. Very smart people, scientists, love to evaluate this tissue. We just have to give them the right question, and hopefully they'll find the right answers for us. So pretty much these are the drugs that you would get systemically: paclitaxel, ramucirumab, and nab-paclitaxel as PIPAC. You need to be diagnosed with gastric cancer, peritoneal carcinomatosis, and can't be dependent on TPN or have bowel obstruction. And this is sort of my last question I leave with all of you. Can patients with peritoneal carcinomatosis with stomach cancer be cured? I met a few out 5 years plus, 10, and that's our goal. But with the treatments that we have right now, that's too low, the percentage. So we got to keep investigating. We got to keep going, ongoing discovery studies done in my lab. We're looking at target PD-L1 positive targets that have in patients PD-L1 high. And so we've been investigating all the specimens for my patients who give me their specimens. It's not going to the garbage. It's actually going to the lab, and we're trying to figure out what other targets are available. And this publication will come out soon. And then oncolytic viruses. I can cure gastric cancer, peritoneal carcinomatosis in mice in my lab. Okay, 6 out of 8 mouse with this oncolytic virus. But like many, many viruses and novel therapies, it's a long way before I cure a patient with this. So what we're planning on doing is we are preparing a clinical trial for IP oncolytic virus with this and looking for, NIH funding. So all the advocates that go and try to fight for funding for gastric cancer, I appreciate you, because this is the next big ask, is to go and fund this trial so that we can give this virus to our patients. And I know there are family members out there. This is my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Woo. We will now take a quick 20-minute break. So go ahead, stretch, meet you at the bar. So we'll see you back in 20 minutes.
Se la acomode. Que las acomoden.
All right, everybody. I know that was pretty quick, but 20 minutes has surpassed. So if we could just please start making our way in and taking our seats. All right, guys, thank you, thank you. Welcome back, welcome back. All right, ready? Okay. All right, guys, so I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Maheshwari Sinthal, who will speak on intraperitoneal chemotherapy trials. Dr. Sinthal is a surgeon scientist and professor of clinical surgery at the University of California, Irvine, where she serves as the chief of surgical oncology and director of peritoneal surface malignancy program. Her work centers on advancing care for peritoneal carcinomas, including leading NCI-funded stopgap 2-phase 2 and 3 clinical trial, which is evaluating a novel strategy that combines intraperitoneal chemotherapy with systemic therapy for gastric peritoneal metastasis. Dr. Sinthal research includes developing a 3D microtumor model and liquid biopsy approach. Please welcome Dr. Sinthal.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is absolutely an honor to be here. And I get invited to speak at many different conferences, but I would consider being here as the highest honor, is because all we do is for you, patients and their families. So this means a lot, and so I'm incredibly honored to be here. And I also want to thank Aki and Rebecca, who invited me kindly to be here. And it is wonderful to follow the speakers like Dr. Castillo as well as Dr. Woo. All right, now, we have talked about gastric cancer. Specifically, my talk is going to be about gastric carcinomatosis, right? We have heard a little bit about that from Dr. Castillo as well as from Dr. Woo, but let's get in a little bit deeper. Like, what does the literature say? Now, these are my disclosures. Gastric cancer is a global health problem. Right? When we look at the incidence of gastric cancer per 100,000 people, in China it's about 13.7, and in Japan it's 27.6. Compare that with the US, it's 4.1. But still, it is a big problem in the US. And the reason is, if you look at the recent trends of gastric cancer, there is an increasing incidence, a troubling increasing incidence since 2019. In which group do we see the most? In women. There is a change, a 6.2% annual change among women, and more often in people less than 50 years of age. You heard two amazing speakers today, patient speakers, right? Arusa and Aureli, both under 50, women, presenting with advanced gastric cancer. So in the US, although the incidence is lower than some of the Asian countries, we have a problem because the incidence is increasing and it is happening in younger people. Now, the other big problem is the incidence of stage 4 gastric cancer. When we look at stage 4 gastric cancer, I'm sorry, the formatting is a little bit off on this one. What we see is that 1/3 of the cases present with distant disease. And California is a hotspot for stage 4 gastric cancer, right? And so collectively, with this increasing incidence, with people younger than 50 being affected, as well as the increased number of patients presenting with stage 4 disease, we have a big problem in our hand. Right? Now, where does peritoneal carcinomatosis fit into this overall big problem picture. 30 to 40% of patients with gastric cancer will be diagnosed with peritoneal carcinomatosis when they are presenting with the disease, right? And that is where the big problem comes in. Median survival with the best of systemic therapy is 12 to 15 months. A challenging disease, a challenging metastatic manifestation. So why did I get involved in this? I'm a peritoneal malignancy surgeon. For me, this has now become the primary part of my practice. This is pretty much all I do now, is managing patients with gastric carcinomatosis. Why? This is my why. This is my why. These are my patients. When a mother of two-year-old, comes in with stage 4 gastric cancer, providing them with a survival statistics of 12 months doesn't seem justified. It just cannot be reasonable. And we can't just go home and be okay with it as physicians. I can't. I really cannot. We have to do something about it. We have to do something about it. It is probably one of the most challenging diseases that I take care of, but there was a very strong why we should be doing this. Right? And I'm going to talk about my work and as to how collaboration and seeking the answers for the hard questions has led to where we are. Now, we heard a little bit about the biology of peritoneal metastasis from Dr. Castillo. Right? The main thing with peritoneum is recognizing that unlike other metastases, peritoneum has plasma peritoneal barrier, which is a barrier that is a collagen plate that separates the location of blood vessels from where the tumor is located. So that is a barrier. Now, the barrier is often implicated in the poor effectiveness of systemic therapy. I would say systemic therapy still works in gastric cancer. It is not that it doesn't work. You have seen some examples today, so it does work. But the question here is that if there is a barrier, can we use it to our advantage? Right? And this is where the intraperitoneal administration of chemotherapy rationale comes in, is because the barrier works both ways. So if you put something into the peritoneal cavity, the barrier precludes that chemotherapy from getting absorbed into the systemic circulation. So this is an example of when a chemotherapy is placed in the peritoneal cavity, the concentrations of that chemotherapy in the abdominal cavity is maintained at a very high level for long periods of time. Right? So yes, we acknowledge the plasma peritoneal barrier is present, but we can also exploit it to administer high concentrations of chemotherapy in the abdominal cavity. That is the rationale for using intraperitoneal chemotherapy in patients with peritoneal metastasis. Gastric being one of them, but we have colorectal and appendix peritoneal carcinomatosis, but the rationale is the same. So what are the types of intraperitoneal chemotherapy? I think Dr. Woo alluded to this, but I want to get into some of the basics, right? HIPEC, hyperthermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy. Pressurized intraperitoneal aerosolized chemotherapy, PIPAC, where the chemotherapy is administered as an aerosol under pressurized conditions, allowing for higher penetrations of the chemotherapy using lower concentrations. The other one is normothermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy. Similar to how chemotherapy is administered intravenously, this is a chemotherapy that is administered directly into the abdominal cavity using a port, right? Very similar to the IV port that the patient would have, very similar to that. That is an intraperitoneal port. Now, these are the three kinds of chemotherapy that can be administered for peritoneal carcinomatosis. What are the differences, right? Now, heated intraperitoneal chemotherapy and pressurized intraperitoneal chemotherapy are administered in the operating room. It requires hospital stay, it requires special expertise, and it is expensive. And when, as a patient, when you're thinking about how often do I want to go into the operating room for another dose of chemotherapy, at some point it becomes logistically challenging, and there are other technical issues with these two approaches. On the other hand, normothermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy is administered in the outpatient setting, very similar to how the patients get intravenous chemotherapy. They come in, they get intravenous chemotherapy, they also get the intraperitoneal chemotherapy, and can be repeated for so many cycles without the patient having to be admitted in the hospital, having to undergo general anesthesia, and so on. So it is different. Now, why is this important? Why am I emphasizing the normothermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy? For two reasons. One is this is the chemotherapy approach that has the highest level of evidence at this point in the whole world. Right? When it comes to gastric carcinomatosis, the highest level of evidence is available for normothermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy. Second, it is a problem for which we have to find solutions that are feasible, reasonable, adaptable, applicable in broad settings of institutions that might take care of these patients. It cannot be just in specialized centers. So any therapy that we are developing should also be available in the community where the patients are probably seeking care. What happens in the middle of the country where there are limited high volume centers? We should be thinking about applicability of treatment also as we are thinking about a global health problem. Right? Now, before I go into the data, I do want, and I think this is a very well-educated audience, so I'm going to briefly touch on peritoneal cancer index. So because I'm going to touch on this, some of the data that I'm going to present, you need to know what this is. How many of you know what PCI is? Okay, many of you know. Great, great. But quickly, for those who are not familiar with it, peritoneal cancer index essentially is how surgeons like me, peritoneal malignancy surgeons, we look at the abdominal cavity, and the abdominal cavity is divided into 13 regions, and based on the largest tumor size, we assign a score. And the cumulative score is what we call it as PCI. It can be anywhere from 1 to 39. And in the setting of gastric cancer, it could be 0 because the patients could have microscopic cancer cells. Right? And this is such an example. See, if it is very small, lesion size 1, lesion size 2 as shown on that side, and then lesion size 3. Sorry, let's go back again. Lesion size 3 when there is confluence. So this is how we are scoring each one of those regions and then saying this patient has a PCI of 23 or 22 or 7, whatever that it might be based on all the 13 regions I have evaluated. And then when we talk about cytoreduction, is the other terminology you should know. What is cytoreduction? Cytoreduction is when a surgeon goes in and removes all visible cancer. That is what cytoreduction is, all visible macroscopic disease. So a little bit different from just doing a stomach resection to actually removing all of the peritoneal cancer. And completeness of cytoreduction is how we score, how well we have done. If there is no visible disease, that is a complete cytoreduction, and this is what we are going for. Right? When we are saying cytoreduction in gastric cancer, what we mean is complete cytoreduction. So these are the two terminologies you should know. Now we will dive directly into the data. Right? So before the data, this is one of the things I want to actually prompt the group. There are many questions that needs to be answered in peritoneal limited metastatic gastric cancer, and those are the ones that I'm showing here. So there are many, many questions. What is the role of intraperitoneal therapy? Role of surgery, selection criteria for surgery. Should we just take the stomach out or should we do cytoreductions? And what is the optimal therapy and duration of therapy after surgery? When a patient has some kind of a surgical procedure, how do we manage them, right? All of these questions, we don't know the answers to, right? But let's look at what do we know based on level 1 evidence. So all I'm going to talk about is level 1 evidence, right? Not simply what we think we know, what do we actually know? What are the completed phase 3 trials in gastric carcinomatosis in this last decade? There are 4 I want to highlight, and these are phase 3 trials. That is why I'm saying this. These are phase 3 trials. So GastroPAC and Periscope are 2 European trials. Phoenix GC and Dragon 1 are 2 Asian trials. Now, there are big differences between these 2 trials. So whenever the European trials, I'll go back for a second. European trials look at systemic therapy plus CRS plus HIPEC, which is cytoreduction plus HIPEC, whereas the Asian trials look at intraperitoneal normothermic chemotherapy administration, iterative, multiple times. And there is also surgery involved, but in selected patients. So fundamentally, European trials are different from Asian trials. European trials, what has been done in European trials, both the GastroPAC and Periscope 2, short duration of systemic therapy alone, and then patients underwent the cytoreductive procedure I mentioned with a single intraperitoneal exposure of HIPEC. Whereas in Asian trials, bidirectional approach, iterative normothermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy, and selection for surgery based on peritoneal disease response. So different kind of approach to a problem, but let's see what the data shows, right? Gastric, which is a European trial, median overall survival, 14.9 months in both arms, did not make any difference at all, closed for poor accrual. Periscope 2, which was recently presented, median overall survival was actually poorer in the surgery arm. In the cytoreduction arm, the survival was actually poorer in those patients because of complications and progression, and this was closed for futility. So 2 phase 3 European trials failed to actually show any benefit with the approach that they choose, short duration of systemic therapy and cytoreduction, right? Didn't work. Let's look at what happened in the Asian trials. Phoenix GC trial, this was published in 2018. Median overall survival was slightly, it was trending towards improvement in the IP therapy, did not meet the primary endpoint because of patients crossing over, but there was a signal, there was a strong signal with Phoenix GC trial. So this is a trial where patients received multiple iterative normothermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy with S1, which is a different type of systemic therapy in Japan, but that's what they got. Now, because of this signal, there was another Asian trial, Dragon 1. Now, Dragon 1 unequivocally is the only positive clinical trial thus far to date that has shown an improvement in overall survival in patients with gastric carcinomatosis, period. That's the only trial. There are no other trials, no other level 1 evidence available for gastric carcinomatosis. So the median overall survival in the experimental arm, which is patients who received intraperitoneal chemotherapy, had a better survival of 19.4 months, right? And conversion surgery was offered. What was important in this trial is that when patients were able to undergo conversion surgery, the median overall survival for that group was 30.3 months. Think about that. Think about that. That's important. That is important for us to acknowledge. There is a subset of patients in whom, with appropriate approach, bidirectional approach, and selecting them for surgery for the right reasons, there might be a subgroup in whom the benefit could be substantial, better than what we have ever seen. So we have to keep this in mind. Now, Dragon 1 trial just got presented in this January in ASCO GI. So the paper has not even come out yet, but this is a recent trial. There are certain study design differences in Dragon 1 compared to how we take care of patients with gastric carcinomatosis in the Western country. Number 1, patients did not receive any platinum or immune checkpoint inhibitor or targeted therapies. So both in the chemotherapy portion as well as targeted therapy and immune checkpoint inhibitors, patients did not receive it, right? So there's a question, if the patients do receive all of this, would we have seen a similar benefit, right? That's a logical question, and I think that's one of the questions that the Western group is asking. And then they did not do cytoreductions. They did what is called as conversion gastrectomy, where they go in and remove just the stomach and the lymph nodes. And after removing that in the patients who had surgery, patients continued the intraperitoneal chemotherapy. So they never stopped treatment in these patients, and they continued the intraperitoneal and IV chemotherapy for 3 or more years. So that's a very long time for a patient to be on chemotherapy treatment. So that's also something that we have to keep in mind. So although Dragon 1 is a positive trial, it cannot be entirely extrapolated to our Western patients for 3 reasons. 1, the biology of gastric cancer between Asian patients and Western patients are different. We have to acknowledge it. It is different. They have more intestinal type gastric cancers. We have more diffuse type gastric cancers, poorly differentiated signet ring. So the biology is different. Second, the chemotherapy approach is very different from how we take care of patients. We heard that targeted approaches, right, based on biomarkers is super important for managing these patients. And third, the approach of continuing chemotherapy for almost 3 years or 5 years just doesn't seem practical. We have to at some point think about treatment holidays, right? Actual treatment without treatment is important for patients just to have a sense of normalcy in their life, right? So these are some of the issues. Now, what have we done, right, in the US? And I want to talk about the clinical trial we did at UCI, and now it has become a national trial. Now, Stopgap 1 is a clinical trial I started in collaboration with Dr. Dayani at UCI based on the Phoenix GC trial results. So based on the signal that was seen with Phoenix GC, we started a phase 2 single institution trial that is Stopgap 1. And this is essentially the marriage of both. We wanted to give the best systemic therapy to patients and select those patients and then subsequently also give them intraperitoneal chemotherapy. So I'll briefly show the study design, not to belabor the point, but basically patients are going to get contemporary systemic therapy, including targeted therapies and immune checkpoint inhibitors. And after that, if they have peritoneal only disease, they will go into diagnostic laparoscopy, IP port placement, as well as once they have the IP port, they will get bidirectional chemotherapy, both intravenous and intraperitoneal chemotherapy, but we will continue all of their targeted agents, immune checkpoint inhibitors, the best systemic therapy that the patient can possibly get. Now, subsequently, after 3 months, they undergo diagnostic laparoscopy, and in patients in whom there was response, or if complete cytoreduction is feasible, the criteria there is PCA less than or equal to 10, we were able to offer them cytoreduction and HIPEC. Right. This is a very simple, straightforward study design. This study has now completed accrual, and I will talk briefly about it, but I want to show you an example of a patient. Right. 59-year-old, distal obstructing gastric cancer, the biomarkers are shown, had carcinomatosis, and he was started on the Folfox, Pembro, trastuzumab, just like how we would want to do that based on the biomarkers. This is his CT scan, pre-systemic chemo. You can see the ascites as well as the big tumor that is shown in the white circle. Post-systemic chemo, this is after 3 months of chemotherapy, he did have good response, so which is very reassuring. That's why I always say chemotherapy has effect in peritoneal metastasis. It may not be completely effective, but it doesn't mean that it is not effective. It is effective. We do need systemic chemotherapy. This is when he got referred to me, and he was enrolled in STOPGAP 1 trial. This is the diagnostic laparoscopy I did at the time of enrollment where I was going to put the port in. Big bulky tumor next to the stomach region and also peritoneal carcinomatosis. He got the bidirectional chemotherapy with intraperitoneal paclitaxel and IV paclitaxel with all the targeted therapies. He had a good response. That bulky area kind of disappeared, and so is the disease in the peritoneum. Right? And I was able to offer him surgical resection. This is the operation that he had. His pathology basically showed there was still residual tumor, margins were negative, still some positive lymph nodes. However, he did really well after the surgery, put back on the adjuvant Pembro and trastuzumab, and with the patient's permission, I'm sharing, he wished he could be here today. You know, he was one of the patients, you know, he wanted to be here. But he had other commitments otherwise, but he'll be in another event this Thursday with me. So this is him when he got enrolled in STOPGAP. This is him a year and, you know, and this is one of the patient events that we had. And this is what motivates us to think about why we should do what we do. Right? So these results are possible. We have to be thoughtful. We have to be sincere about understanding the data and saying what questions are now left to be answered. Right? What should we be doing? So based on some of the safety and feasibility of bidirectional approach is completely established through STOPGAP 1. You know, that's also one of the questions I faced as an investigator when I approached the cooperative groups to say, I want to do a national trial. This is important for our patients. And they wanted me to establish that safety and feasibility and that we could accrue for this trial. The safety and feasibility has been established because patients can take this treatment very easily. It is, you know, he gained weight on STOPGAP 1 trial, and he would say, like, look, Dr. Senthil, my muscle is coming up. I'm like, oh, I can see that. I can see that, yes. So these are the results. We have enrolled 33 patients, and this result is going to be presented at the upcoming ASCO GI meeting. There is some very important data that is coming off STOPGAP 1. I have done 14 cytoreductions on STOPGAP 1, no anastomotic leaks. And patients actually do well after the surgery. That has been, but there are also patients, you know, we have to think about even when we do cytoreductions. We don't understand. Some patients will have progression. So I'm not saying cytoreduction is cure-all. I'm not saying cytoreduction is for everyone. Even in STOPGAP 1, we have to understand, and I'm trying to understand, and I'll show some data about how we are trying to understand this. Right? So some patients will do well after cytoreduction, like Maurizio. But there are some patients who may have early recurrence, and that depends upon the biology of the cancer still, and we need to get better with patient selection even for cytoreductions, even after such an approach, be better about patient selection, and we are doing some work around it. Right. With the success of STOPGAP 1, we now have STOPGAP 2, which is EA 2234. Now, in the US, again, there are many phase 2 trials, but this is the only national randomized control trial, phase 2, phase 3, for gastric carcinomatosis. Just want to make sure, this is important to acknowledge, is because this is how we can move the field forward. When we do national trials, multi-institutional trials, randomized, and it is phase 3. Right? That is how we can answer some of the questions. If a therapy works in Asian patients, we are responsible to ask the question, will this therapy work for my patient? Can I move the field forward? Right? For the sake of our patients. Right? That is why this study has been designed. It is exactly the same as STOPGAP 1, except that there will be a randomization. The formatting of my boxes are all off on this computer. But Arm A is going to be systemic therapy. Arm B is going to be that intraperitoneal combination of STOPGAP. Same regimen. And here we still can offer cytoreduction for patients, but the PCI is less than 7 if complete cytoreduction is feasible in both arms. In both arms, cytoreduction is feasible. And I'll talk about why that is. Right? And the regimen, this is the bidirectional paclitaxel regimen, where it is paclitaxel 50 milligrams IV as well as IP is what we are using. These are the institutions that are participating. So pretty much any major academic institution in the US that has expertise and proficiency in gastric cancer will be opening this trial. I think it's an important trial for our patients so that they can participate in a trial in which they have an opportunity to undergo surgery, cytoreduction, by an experienced peritoneal malignancy surgeon for the proper selection reasons, right? So this is an important trial. So I'm hoping we have already started accruing patients. I have already accrued 2 patients. It was just activated about a couple of months ago. There is a very high demand for this trial, and I'm hoping that we will have some answers, right? Now, in the last 2 minutes, I want to talk about 2 advances, right? We talked about the clinical trial that I'm doing. That is one part of how we are trying to improve patient outcomes. But we still have to be curious. We still have to investigate biomarkers, patient selection. How can we learn more from these patients, right? There are 2 things that my lab is studying. So I'm a surgeon scientist. I have a translational research lab as well. One is peritoneal lavage exosomes, which is exosomes, and I'll talk about that. And the other one is a vascularized microtumor model. Now, exosomes, the DEX-G2, initially there was a talk about it. There was a mentioning of exosomes, but let's, if audience did not know what exosomes are nanovesicles. This is how cells communicate. This is our messenger. This is how cells communicate. These are nanovesicles. They have so much information loaded in them, and the cells communicate using this, right? And this is how the exosomes look like under microscope. Now, exosomes are very important in cancer. They are involved in any aspect of cancer, tumorigenesis, tumor progression, metastasis, immune escape, you name it. And they are present in pretty much all the biofluids. We have tested it in my lab. You can identify exosomes in any biologic fluid that we have, urine, saliva, peritoneal lavage fluid, right? So which is important in patients with gastric cancer because we do peritoneal lavage. And what we have already found out is gastric carcinomatosis has higher concentrations of peritoneal lavage exosomes even compared to patients with colon peritoneal carcinomatosis and appendix peritoneal carcinomatosis. Gastric is different. It is different. That is why the biology is different. That is why the outcomes are different, because the amount of communication that happens, the amount of aggressive communicators that are present in the peritoneal lavage is high. So, and that's one thing that we have found out, and these are some of the cryo-electron microscopy images of how these EVs look like. The cancer EVs are smaller, whereas in a healthy patient, when I'm doing a lavage, the EVs that we are seeing are much larger. But the small ones are small is because that is how cancer communicates. It's easier to uptake, and they have a different purpose of intercellular communication. And what we have also shown is that the lavage exosomes, the concentration changes with treatment. right? It goes down, which means that the cancer cells are being killed by treatment, and you can actually ascertain that by showing that the exosome quantity in the lavage fluid actually goes down in those patients. More importantly, what we have seen is that when it doesn't go down, the outcomes of those patients are poorer. Right? So the change in the concentration of EVs, now I have not even gone into the gene expression. Right? This is just merely taking out a fluid and looking at the amount of exosomes that are present in that fluid. Even that is informative. And what we have seen is that if the exosomes are not going down, particularly in that category, in that distribution, and that's the red bar, and when the red bar is high, that's poor prognosis, which is the amount of exosomes have not gone down. So this is one way we are trying to have prediction of how the patient is doing, what's the treatment, whether the treatment is working, what is the possible outcome of this patient, is it reasonable to offer them surgery, and so on. And these are some gene expression work that is being done. I'll not get into the details of it, but we are also working on identifying the gene expression. The last one is a vascularized microtumor. Now, I have shown you one trial where we are using paclitaxel. That's it, one drug, right? But that's just too simple, right? One drug, is one drug sufficient to take care of all of our patients? Probably not. We need to have personalized, customized treatment for our patients using the drugs that are most suitable to achieve the best response in their tumors. So we need to develop patient-derived tumors. And this is a model in which we are developing peritoneal microtumors. So it's a tumor-on-chip model. The prototype existed at UCI. And what we have done is use this model to develop peritoneal tumors. So this is what I'm funded for from NIH. This is one of the work that I'm doing in my lab. And essentially what we have done is create a peritoneal cavity and a submesothelial stroma. And we can give IV chemotherapy through the green channels and intraperitoneal chemotherapy through the blue channel. And we can test, and this is actually a patient tumor. The red dots are all patient tumors. And what we can do is that give chemotherapy through the IV or the peritoneal cavity and see how it works. Right? So these are some of the examples of patient tumors. These are all gastric tumors that have been grown in my lab. And we are testing these tumors with chemotherapy, whether it be IV, whatever we believe we should be testing in that patient, and allowing for novel combinations to be tested so that we can use that treatment in the patient rather than a treatment. Like similar to the biomarker specific treatment that we are designing, we can also be very specific about patients' peritoneal tumors and figure out how best to take care of them. So this is another work that is being done in my lab to keep improving how we take care of patients and hopefully improve patient outcomes. So in summary, systemic therapy plus normothermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy combined with surgery in appropriately selected patients has shown to improve survival in Asian patients. Unquestionable, level 1 evidence. We need to test this approach in Western patients, and that's what the EA 2234 stopgap 2 trial is going to do. And we also need to do ways to improve treatment assessment as well as patient selection for surgery, and also come up with novel ways to customize treatment for patients. So that concludes my talk, and I have so many people to thank. These are my team. They are incredible, amazing, inspiring, but more importantly, sincere thanks to my patient and our families. You know, they support the patients. My family supports my work, and I know how much it means for us to make changes and improve patient outcomes. It's been an incredible privilege to be here in front of you to be able to share this work. Thank you again for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Cynthia. Our next speaker is Dr. Sharon Shariga, speaking on the people who shape our purpose and what survivors mean to surgeons. Dr. Shariga is a general and minimally invasive surgeon at Keck Medicine of USC, who specializes in complex surgeries of the stomach, esophagus, and abdomen wall. She is among a select group of surgeons in the United States trained in a D2 lymphadenectomy, an advanced technique developed in Asia for treatment of gastric cancer, which she has helped adapt to benefit American patients. Her research focuses on improving gastric cancer outcomes through collaborations with oncologists, scientists, and international partners to advance multidisciplinary Multidisciplinary Care. So please welcome Dr. Sharaga.
This one? Or not Dr. Woo only? All right. Thank you for having me. I'm extremely honored to be here. I've been involved in the society for a few years, but this is the first time I'm here at the summit. So I'm very, very excited to be here face-to-face with some of you. My name is Sharon Sharaga. I am a stomach cancer surgeon. I work at USC. Here I'm to talk to you guys about what does it mean to be a stomach cancer surgeon. So when I look into the eyes of everyone here, people who have combated and battled stomach cancer, I see courage, I see resilience, I see the reason why I became a gastric cancer surgeon. For surgeons, survival is more than just a number on the curve. It's a heartbeat, a smile, a family reunion after chemotherapy, a meal shared with your family after months of fear. And every survivor reminds us, and this is why we do what we do. Today, I want to share how patients, people like you, have shaped not only my surgical practice. This is very weird. Sorry, this is kind of going off. But my purpose, because surgeries change lives, yes, but it is the survivors who change us. When I began my career, gastric cancer surgery looked very differently. We performed big open surgeries, longer hospital stays, and patients stayed in the hospital with more pain. Even then, as I walked down the wards, what I saw on patients' faces were determinations and courage. They show us what it took to fight cancers. While understanding that going through surgery is part of the cancer treatment, we had to wonder if there was something that we could do, perhaps through advances in technology and surgical techniques, that we can do to help patients ease the pain. Then came the minimally invasive surgery techniques, such as laparoscopy or robotics. It felt like we were pushing the odds. Patients were going home faster. Their smiles came back sooner. While we were high-fiving each other on our backs or on our hands, we couldn't help but wonder, were we sacrificing a good oncological resection for the immediate gratification of an earlier outcomes? At those early days, we counted every single lymph nodes, every millimeter margin we took, every blood cell we lost in the operating room, and every hospital day we stayed. And in our experience, we did not only match the open data, the minimally invasive surgery had outshined open surgery in terms of more complete resection, more number of lymph nodes removed, better surgical outcome, as well as overall survival. We, the surgeons, continue to study how to better perform these surgeries, how to get the margins better, and how to reconnect the anatomy after removal of stomach so people can go back to eating a normal diet more quickly and smoothly. But while we continue to push the limits of surgical techniques and technology, the purpose has always been the same, to bring someone back to life's simple joys. A new day, a shared meal, and a lasting memory. Let me tell you a story about Mrs. L. She came to me with a newly diagnosed gastric cancer. She was anemic, lost more than 20 pounds. Sounds kind of familiar. In our first visit, her first words to me were not, "What's my stage? What is my 5-year overall survival rate?" No, instead she asked me, Doctor, will I be able to take care of my husband who has dementia and my grandchildren? Medically, her odds were tough. She had a moderately sized cancer, and she also had enlarged lymph nodes around her stomach. Together, we made a plan involving medical and surgical oncology, and a lot of faith in between. At times, there were setbacks, complications, days when eating wasn't so easy. We kept trying. Through the months we worked together, I found out something very unique about her. She puts everyone else before her. While recovering from gastric cancer surgery herself, she was more worried about her husband's meals than her own. I always tell my patients that I will give you 100% of my effort, surgical, and medical abilities. But we're a team. You have to give yourself 100% as well. And girl, she did. Years from her surgery, she's eating, traveling, and living with her family. She pushed the odds, and so did every single one of you. There are so many stories shared in this conference, just like Mrs. L, and everywhere else. And when you walk into the clinic months and years later, smiling, eating, living, giving us hugs, you gave us the most powerful feedback imaginable. Hope works. Hope works. When people think about surgeons, we often picture us with a scalpel in hand. But as we have seen through multiple talks today, that being a surgical specialist today is beyond knowing when and where to cut. It's understanding the disease beyond the anatomy, understanding medicine, immunology, microbiology, molecular biology, because that is where the future of gastric cancer is heading to. When I operate now, I think beyond margins and lymph nodes. I think about PD-L1, claudin, microsatellite instabilities, HER2 status, the molecular fingerprint that determines further how the patient will do with the overall plan. Landmark papers such as the French Neon-Ipiga study that was published in 2022 show that with patients with microsatellite instability, with neoadjuvant immunotherapy alone, has an almost 60% of tumor resolution rate at the time of surgery. That means with only immunotherapy, the patient has almost 60% of them had no tumors at the time of surgery. That sounds great. However, what does that mean to us? Does that mean the patient will live longer? Then the Matterhorn trial, I think it was talked about in another session, or hopefully tomorrow, that showed adding durvalumab to FLOT has improved the 2-year overall survival by almost 9%. That's all patients. But the next question to ask is, who would this study benefit the most? And what are the specific, unique complication profile to the immuno or targeted therapy? And now it is up to us, every single one of us, to be most educated and be up to date about the disease process and make the personalized, individualized plan for each single patient, because things are just going to be more complicated and there's more information to learn. We know gastric cancer is a teamwork, and every advance means that we're pushing the needle for the patient, adding more hope for everyone. The interplay between medical and surgical oncology for cancer care continue to evolve. And being involved in a society such as this one is the best way for patients, family, survivors, and medical care provider to stay updated and supportive for the disease process. I'm a surgeon, we have to have some graphs, you know. From the early 2000s with the MAGIC trial, when perioperative chemotherapy was first described, to now 2025 with immunotherapy, the overall 5-year survival has pushed almost doubled. And while we love to talk about data, survival rates, hazard ratios, 5-year outcomes, The truth is, no curve can show us who laughed, who hoped, who fought through one more round of chemotherapy for their family. The numbers don't capture the moment when patient is eating normal meals again without fear. I have watched the field evolve from open to minimally invasive surgery, from upfront surgery to chemotherapy to immunotherapy. The field will continue to change, and you will, all of you, will lead us the way that you also bravely paved. You give meaning to all the late nights in the operating room, all the complications we fight through, and all the difficult decisions we agonize over. As surgeons, we always walk in your footsteps. You carry the torch for those patients following you. Because you fought on, I can confidently say to my newly diagnosed patient that, yes, you can. Yes, you can. Thank you for reminding us that surgery is not just about removing tumors. It's about restoring life, meaning, and purpose. You are why we do what we do. Together, we push the odds. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shiraga. Now I'd like to call back to the stage Dr. Castillo, Dr. Woo, and Dr. Sinthal. And this is going to be a fireside chat for questions. So please, if you have a question, raise your hand so we could bring the microphone to you. Yeah, we'll just wait for them to come up.
And I only know that because I watched part of the replay, like in the.
Surgeon well-being, extremely important, so that we can bring our best self when we take care of patients. Going to be an all-women panel.
Okay, so since I'm the moderator, so I did my homework. But feel free to ask questions. This is a word level, expert.
Yeah, any other time it would have been fine.
Okay. My voice is loud enough. Okay. So then no.
Yeah. Great talk.
Figure you guys are giving all the data. I'm like, I don't got much more to add.
It needed, that was a perfect closure.
Thanks. Yeah. I was like, I'm not going to talk about more than you have already talked about.
We need that change. We need that variety. But it is essentially why we do what we do.
Yeah, it is. But it's like the first time I've ever done something like this, because it's hard. It's a little bit harder.
Yeah, it is harder.
Yeah, it's a little harder.
Because that's actually the hardest talk to do.
You have the hard thing.
I think I can start. So my question for Dr. Santil, how do you define recessibility in gastric cancer with peritoneal disease?
First I want to acknowledge this is an all-women panel.
The first thing I noticed.
Okay.
Yes.
3 surgeons and a medical oncologist asking us questions just seems like another normal day, right? Okay, so great. So the question is, how do you ascertain resectability? How do you decide, right? This is a very complex question, right? But however, we do have to come up with some answers at this point, right? To me, the first thing is that test the biology. What does the patient's biology tell you? It is making sure the patients are responding to the therapy that you're giving prior to subjecting them to surgery. Because if we have learned anything from some of the failed trials, it is not testing the biology. So we have to test the biology. So minimum of 6 months of treatment prior to saying this patient is eligible to undergo surgery to address their peritoneal disease is extremely important. So that's one. The second, of course, the patient should be in a shape to undergo a big operation. So we are thinking about both the psychological readiness and physical readiness of the patient to be able to undergo that operation. We should never underestimate the extent of readiness of the patient. Third, in terms of the actual resectability itself, this is where the peritoneal cancer index question comes in. Where is the cutoff? Why is PCI 7 or less than 7 is the cutoff? We have to start somewhere, and we have to use some data that is available to us based on some of the larger, there is a study called the CytoChip, which is a retrospective study, but they were able to show that the patients who have lower disease burden are the one who benefited from surgery. And once again, these surgeries are involved and they are going to change the patient's quality of life. We want to make sure we are offering it to patients who will truly benefit from it. And you have to start with somewhat of a reasonable range in which you believe that based on evidence that you are doing the right thing. So do no harm. We should never do harm, especially surgeons, because what we do is definitive. So starting with that lower disease burden makes sense. The question, these are simple, right? The hardest question, which is going to have to be answered subsequently, is when we are offering treatment, there are going to be treatment changes that we have to know how to decipher, how to discern what is treatment response and what is actual disease. That is an incredible challenge. Now that I have seen over and over again many of these cases, that is going to be one of the challenges as well. There are other techniques that we are using right now. So there are a couple of trials that I'm doing to figure out as to how best to use imaging, intraoperative imaging, to be able to ascertain what is disease, what is not. So to summarize the answer, PCA response biology, patient's fitness for a big operation, and at this point, generally speaking, PCA less than 7. Right, and those are some of the criteria in a clinical trial. Very important. Cytoreduction should be ideally should be considered in clinical trial. That's my approach, and I do not offer cytoreductions outside of clinical trial, is because of the data that we have, because every study that has looked at cytoreduction has shown that it doesn't work. So the only way you should be offering it is through a clinical trial.
Thank you. Dr. Woo, in your practice, I know your practice.
This is a trick question.
Does the patient tumor biology ever influences your surgical decision in gastric cancer with peritoneal disease? And in particular, so for example, MSI high, and then PDL scores, and HER2 positive, and Claudin 18. Now we all talk about signaling features.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it's probably the offshoot of your first question. Biology, of course, trumps, what is that saying in surgery? Biology is king and queen or something like that. But really, if you think about what peritoneal metastasis is, left the stomach and the lymph nodes, if you think about what the treatments do, like surgery can only do really good local regional control. It's not as good in gastric cancer for removing metastases just yet. Unlike colon cancer and breast cancer, we're still limited. And why is surgery limited in certain very specific patient populations based on biology is because the treatments that we have right now for stomach cancer are not as good as giving us like a really long durability of response. And so if we can think about surgery having really good local regional control, and peritoneum, if you want to say regional, possibly can we do cytoreduction? We don't have enough good systemic and peritoneal directed non-surgical treatment to get to the point where it's zero, really CC zero. So biology is really important. So you ask, well, MSI high patients, would I be more opt to operate on them? Well, I think it all depends on the response to therapy, and Dr. Senthil made a really great point. Test the biology in the beginning to understand whether all of the other cancer sites, other than the primary and maybe one or two places, can be under control. And is the primary and the lymph nodes the only place that where surgeon can help? For example, somebody could have systemic control with HER2 therapy, like you give systemic therapy and there's really great control. After a year or so, the primary tumor starts growing back. I replace cells, all the lymph nodes, the ascites, it's gone. And so when do we decide to operate on these people? I think it's very patient specific, and biology dictates the decision. What about age of the patient and the biology and the age of the patient? I think it's psychosocial. A 90-year-old, would I be willing to do, a large operation on them, regardless of whether they had a complete response or not? I'm not sure. It depends on the patient. But for a younger patient, I think we should think harder about the goal of the treatment. Can we really reach cure, unquote, cure? And how does surgery play a role in that cure? Is the cure achieved 90% by the biology and the treatment we have? Probably in stage 4 cancer, it's probably 90%, not by surgery. Surgery is sort of an adjunct. So I think, yeah, of course, it's a major consideration. It's like first on top. That's why we talk about multidisciplinary care. You come to surgeon to have with peritoneal disease, we can offer you peritoneal directed therapy, but we need to work as a team, where systemic therapy options are discussed, clinical trials are looked at.
Thank you. Actually, when I saw the list of the speakers for today, I was very inspired because I was like talking to myself, Aki really knows who to pick. We have very inspiring surgeons talking about science and also patient care, and we can tell they are very passionate. So my question for Dr. Shiraga is, Dr. Senthil talked about, the images like CAT scan, PET scan, and then maybe sometimes it might be the best for peritoneal disease, and Dr. Woo talk about the timing of laparoscopy. So my question for you is then how you integrate those kind of images and a diagnostic laparoscopy. When should we repeat? What's the challenges you think from your practice?
Yeah, so this is one thing that when Dr. Woo said that the gastric cancer care in the U.S. is suboptimal, yes. I think that's
not
really,
everywhere.
No. Overall, like for example, staging laparoscopy is really not routinely done outside of any bigger centers. We all see patients come to us after already received chemo, maybe some immunotherapy, but never had a complete staging done ever. Never had a PET scan, never had a staging laparoscopy. It's concerning because having the correct stage up front changes your therapy, right? Because you have a stage 3, stage 2, or stage 4. Your potential for clinical trials or IP therapy early on, that will actually change your course. You may actually have longer life if you got into the right course treatment, but it's not. So it's unfortunate, and I think more and more education is needed to do this. Interestingly, I was actually talking to somebody that one of the things we're trying to do with the community is that increase MSI testing. Pathology should just automatically test for these, right? I mean, why? It's recommended by NCCN. So is laparoscopy, but it's not done. So MSI, PD-L1 should just, or Claudin should just be, Claudin not yet, but should just be automatically from a pathology perspective, right? What is it to that? It is important, but it's not done. So one of the things I'm trying to push out to the community is to have these done automatically. So when the pathologist, the oncologist, the GI doctor get these reports back, or the surgeons get these report back, they may not really know what Claudin is, but they'll be, well, why is a Claudin checked? Maybe I should do it up to date and check out what this is. Read up on it. So anyhow, so I'm going back to the question of staging. I think a lot of things is timing. As surgeons, we know OR is a very difficult commodity. Between the timing of diagnosis, get your staging, get your CT, get your PET scan. We like to do an EUS for our patients and a staging laparoscopy. All these take time. scheduling, take time off with the family, take to so many appointments, there's a lot. And sometimes, we may skip things. Sometimes things are skipped, I guess, because of timing. Because, if it just may be, 3 months from now, we haven't started any treatment, which is really concerning. This is hard. I don't know how to better, or insurance authorization. We have a patient that, we had to skip, she is MSI high, or sensitive, or unstable. So she qualifies for immunotherapy, but we're battling her insurance company for it. She has a less ideal carrier. So we just started her on FLOT because it's better than nothing, right? Yeah, so.
It is not better than nothing, sorry.
Yeah.
So MSI high patients do not benefit from chemotherapy and should not be getting chemotherapy in the perioperative setting. They will, the lifespan is shortened. So studies have shown that MSI patients who get chemotherapy before surgery or after surgery, they live shorter. Okay, so MSI patients should not get that. So we should fix that.
Right. But that's what I see and that's what the reality I see in the community.
So it is not better. More is not better. Sometimes we need to make sure we're doing the right treatment.
Correct. But that's what we see. We do see that in the community, and these are all the barriers. Gastric cancer there's more gastric cancer in the U.S. than esophageal cancer. There's more gastric cancer than brain cancer. But it seems like kind of like the minority of cancers. There's less awareness for it. Even though there's guidelines, it's getting better. There's guidelines, but people don't follow the NCCN guideline as well. So I think it takes education such as this and many groups. One other thing I was going to mention, actually I forgot, is like a lot of the societies, surgical and medical society, although recently with the immunotherapy is getting more traction, gastric cancer doesn't really have a place, like a forum, a big forum in the national medical societies. A lot of the society only has like a one session or a couple sessions on it in a 3-day conference. So we need to advocate for ourselves, be more awareness amongst ourselves too, so we can better serve the patient. Sorry.
I want to address the point that you were bringing up, right? And this is an important group in which this message is conveyed. Staging laparoscopy is an essential part of how we stage gastric cancer. And the reason is what I mentioned. 30 to 40% of the patients with gastric cancer will have peritoneal disease, unfortunately, at the time of their diagnosis. So it is an important part, just like the CT scan is an important part of staging, the staging laparoscopy in gastric cancer is an important part. We recently published a paper in an effort to improve outcomes for patients with gastric cancer. First, we have to just state the problem. Right? And that is why this paper was published in Annals of Surgical Oncology just last month, where we found the compliance of staging laparoscopy in the patients who are referred to academic institution. We had a couple of academic institutions. It's about 30%. 30%. And in patients who underwent staging laparoscopy, the same data was true. 38% of the patients had peritoneal metastasis. So when you think about it, for the patients who did not undergo the staging laparoscopy, there is about 40% of patients who might have had peritoneal disease might be understaged and undertreated. So this is a huge problem, and we need to get the word out. We need to make sure there is community outreach and continued education around this, for sure. There are barriers, for no questions at all. There are always barriers to this, and we also have to be thinking about an alternate solution. And this is, hopefully we will have some solutions to this. This is one of the work that we are doing, is by looking at a CT scan a patient usually has, right? So typically these patients at least will get a CT scan. And based on the CT scan, we have developed an artificial intelligence model that can predict the presence of peritoneal carcinomatosis in that patient based on just a CT scan of the primary tumor with almost 95% accuracy. So this is a model that has been internationally tested and validated. We will be bringing this model out and creating a diagnostic tool that can be used in patients in whom a staging laparoscopy has not been done for whatever that reason might be. But you don't have to miss out on the opportunity to predict what the risk of carcinomatosis or presence of carcinomatosis in that patient would be. So these are some ways that we have to first contend the reality, the brutal reality, still continue to improve the compliance with staging laparoscopy, but also come up with other options where you don't have to miss out on diagnosing that patient.
Yeah, can I actually, I like this topic a lot because the diagnosis of peritoneal carcinomatosis is very difficult and often very, very late. CT scans, as you know, the way we use them now, even with 2 millimeter cuts, they're very difficult. And if you have like a super expert, somebody, a radiologist who reads CT scans regularly for peritoneal cancer patients, looking for response or measuring abnormalities in the peritoneal lining, the sensitivity or the accuracy is much higher. So we're still lacking when we do CT scans. Sometimes it's not 2 millimeters, it's 3 millimeters, 5 millimeters, and a whole lot of this information can be missed. But I can't stress the importance of peritoneal metastases being diagnosed by laparoscopy. Especially when we talk about why is it important to know who's at high risk, right? Why is it important to know that diffuse cancers or EMT positive patients, when we look at a CT scan, we say, oh, they're stage 2. Well, we haven't done a staging laparoscopy. They may be stage 4. Sometimes patients come in saying, oh, I was told I was stage 4, and then we do a diagnostic laparoscopy and there's no stage 4. Okay, the peritoneum is clean. So it couldn't even go the other way. And my patients will know, Jason being one of them, that I'm fairly aggressive at following with the peritoneal in the absence of really accurate data or when ctDNA is elevated or going up. And peritoneum is the first site that you think of where the cancer is growing. You should do a staging laparoscopy or restaging laparoscopy to take a look at the belly, okay? In the past, it may not have mattered, right? It may not have mattered because our drugs weren't good enough. If you progressed on a first-line therapy, we had no more options. So maybe it was okay not to know, okay? But now, if we catch it early, we have IP chemo, HIPEC, PIPAC, we have systemic drugs, clinical trials. And if you get tissue, right, what's the other great thing about we were all doing studies in this peritoneal tissue? Well, for clinical usage, we can test the peritoneal disease to see if the PD-L1 is lost or gained. If HER2 was working so well, why isn't it working anymore? Maybe the HER2 is gone, right? We need to move on to a different therapy. So I'm not sure if earlier detection actually improves overall survival, which I think it does because of the treatments that we have are better and clinical trials are out there. So we probably should be more aggressively surveillancing follow-up. I think right now, in the absence of guidelines for restaging laparoscopy, it's patient-specific. But if you had peritoneal disease, the risk of that coming back, even though you were, a CC0, ctDNA negative, you may even just think about going back and checking. If you're high risk, think about going back and checking.
Yeah. And to add to that, and totally agree with being aggressive in terms of identifying that early recurrence or presence of peritoneal disease. This is where these newer scans that are coming out, including the FAPI-PET, which is a fibroblast activating protein inhibitor PET-CT scan that has higher sensitivity in patients with peritoneal carcinomatosis. Those kind of scans are going to come into the market, and that would allow us to pick up peritoneal recurrence or peritoneal carcinomatosis and even the extent of peritoneal carcinomatosis better than the conventional imaging that we have. So there is a lot of new improvements coming in the horizon, and I think 2 to 3 years from now, the management is going to be different or the approaches might be different, and every day is a new day. And both on the systemic treatment side of things, we can't even keep track of how many new antibodies are out there and are being tested now with the novel imaging technologies that are coming out with also these additional regional therapies. I think we are going to see a significant improvement in patients' outcomes is what I am hoping for. That's what we are here, right?
Yes.
So I certainly think that we are going to be looking at it very differently.
Yeah, actually, This is the first time I met Dr. Sentio in person. Even I read many of her papers, and also Shiraga. So I saw patients from USA. Sometimes they want to have a second opinion. So I'm very glad that consensus and concordance pattern of care, and they provide and then also deliver to our patients. So that's why sometimes when I see patients coming for second opinion, I said you made the right decision, because you really need to meet someone who has been practicing in dealing with this cancer every day. And then they really know what's the cutting edge, what's the standard. That will also change the patient's outcome significantly. My next question for Dr. Sentio is I think from the medical oncology perspective, many people from outside of City Hall, UCI, USC, they ask me, what's the cytology of lung positive gastric cancer to you? And do you think this is a local disease, or you think we should treat it as a systemically?
Yeah. So cytology positive gastric cancer is still a stage 4 cancer. Right? It may not have macroscopically manifested as peritoneal carcinomatosis. And the reason we consider that is because the outcomes of those patients are definitely poorer than patients who have local or local regional gastric cancer. So the outcomes are poor. Now, having said that, when surgery is offered to these patients with just not thinking about as it is a stage 4 disease, the outcomes are still a median overall survival of about 20 months when you look at the patients with cytology positive disease. So still an opportunity for us to think about this group as stage 4 cancer to figure out as to how to improve their outcomes with surgery. I mean, this is probably the group that is going to have the best outcomes if we still manage them the way that we should manage stage 4 gastric cancer. So I do consider that as stage 4 gastric cancer, and we know that that is how they are staged. And really thinking about how to optimize their treatment prior to surgical resection, which might still be a gastrectomy, D2, and possibly an intraperitoneal therapy. Right? So that's why cytology positive patients are still included in STOPGAP 2, because that's a cohort I'm still interested in figuring out how best to take care of.
Yeah, that's a really great point. I think this brings us back to the biology of the cancer, and taking us away from stage-specific treatments may be also very helpful. And at some point, maybe it won't be stage 3. If you have 30 out of 45 lymph nodes that are positive, right? It's really bad disease. If you have 6 out of 10 lymph nodes positive, that's pretty bad disease as well. And in this spectrum of biomarker-specific precision oncology, is that cytology positive in the beginning? What does that really mean? If that turns into like PCI score of 39 4 months later on the best systemic therapy, that means that biology is bad, right? We still consider it stage 4. Stage 4, that person's outcome is going to be much worse than the person who, even with FLOT alone, cytology is gone. Right? They responded so well. So somewhere along the treatment paradigm, we stop thinking that this is stage 1 and cured, stage 4 and not cured, and try to figure out what the backbone of response, because as the treatments get better and we're able to eliminate some of this systemic disease, where does the overall survival for that patient end up, with and without surgery? Right? I think that's a question that we still need to answer over time, and it takes so long to do randomized controlled trials, to answer these specific questions. And I don't know you can randomize N of 1 person and figure out if this one really works. So we need some kind of a biomarker test that allows us to determine whether that person should go, like AI, we're putting all of our data into our AI system to figure out who did well and who recurred within 1 year of surgery. And our AI team is working on this right now, looking at the biomarkers. I don't know what the answer is going to be. Will it be that I can name like the next patient that comes to see me? Can I put her into a little computer and say, you get surgery, you don't? I don't know if that's going to be something they're going to need me to help answer that question, but that would be hopeful, right? And it's totally possible.
Yeah. And we know, collectively, no matter how many different ways you talk about gastric cancer, we will always come down to biology and patient selection. whatever that stage is, but at the end of the day, acknowledging the biology, the type of treatment that you're offering to patient, and carefully selecting them for the right treatment, including surgery, is what the field is all about, right? No matter which stage the patient is, it's still testing biology. And the biology is going to drive their outcomes, and that's what the 20 out of 39 lymph nodes positive is biology, even though it's stage 3 gastric cancer. We are going to have to deal with that part because eventually that patient's outcome might be poorer than a patient who has no lymph nodes positive. And hence, understanding that and being accurate in your selection, using all of this. It will never be a single test that would tell a surgeon you can operate on the patient or not operate on the patient.
It may happen. We don't know.
It's hard. It might
put me out of a job. No, a robot can do the operation. AI is going to select.
No robot is as good as you are, Dr. Woo. No robot is as good as you are.
We're going to create one.
Yeah. But corroborating, right? So it is about the patient understanding all the different input that is coming in. So we are the AI, right? In addition to the AI telling us what it is, at the end of the day, the human intelligence supersedes anything else that's out there. And we use all of this information to ultimately make that human decision that needs to be made, right? And not every algorithm is going to account for some of the things that we as people have to also take into account. So I do think that the advances are going to help us. For sure, whether it is the exosome lavage that we look at as circulating tumor DNA or the exosomal miRNA that we are looking at. So it could be a combination of things, but at the end of the day, it's physicians who have to make those tough decisions.
Right. So that's kind of the art of medicine we're talking
That's
about,
correct.
right? We don't understand all the biology just yet. Hopefully we will. But now it's kind of up to us, like all of us, to determine what is the best thing for the patient based on what we know so far. And some of these are difficult. They're really difficult decisions. And while we're having to make these difficult decisions with the patient together, we still have to stay hopeful, we're hoping for things to have a positive outcome. Sometimes they would, right? There are days where they're really good, but there at times, it may not. But these are difficulties that we all have to go through with the patient all the time.
I think Dr. Sharaga brings up a really important point. So in the gray zone, what I find myself seeing is, what do you want as a patient and what is your goal? Science is kind of gray in the middle. You can choose this path, you can go choose that path. And I think it's really important to know what you're willing to do. Are you a fighter? Are you the person that jumps off the cliff and hopes to land into nice waters? Do you go skydiving, or do you follow, only drive 40 miles per hour in a 40-mile zone and just kind of follow the standard of care? And I think that kind of personality that you have and your goals and your plans, they come with you to our office. And the more equipped and more aware of what you want, it's probably better, or we could discuss and figure that out. But the answers in the gray zone is different for each patient. That I may not offer someone something that may not understand or accept the risks, right? Because surgery and chemo, they have a lot of risks. There are some benefits and there are risks. So I think that's a really big factor in having a team that sort of understands you and can walk with you this whole journey.
Yeah. On a side note, I skydive. Actually, that was what I did with my son for his high school graduation. So he and I, that was his wish. So he and I, we jumped out of a plane from probably the highest level that they would take an amateur like us. And so we jumped and we landed and we are okay.
You're okay.
So
Thank God.
I am, and that probably defines some of the personalities that we have, right? When you're embarking on taking care of some of the most challenging problems and are willing to put yourself out there and willing to do trials and venturing into the unknown, you do define yourself that this is what I need to do. This is important. It is not about the outcome itself. It is the process, and I might find something that would help somebody else advance the field further. Any answer is an important answer. And in that process, we would have changed something in the field. And that is how we look at the work, and that is how I look at the work. I'm not doing this trial hoping that it would be positive. The answers of the trial is important no matter what. That's an important question that needs to be answered, positive or negative, so that we can move forward. Should we offer this treatment for our patients or not? That's an important question that needs to be answered, and I think it is something that we have to keep in mind. It is not about us at all. It is only about the people we serve. Every minute of our work is because we want to help our patients. And keeping that in mind, and it is okay to jump, and you will more than likely land, but sometimes you're not. But that's okay. You have to be willing to take that chance for the sake of others.
Yes, I cannot agree more about it. I don't think I have that, a braveness to jump. Like, for example, if I drive more than like 80 miles on the freeway, I'm already shivering. So, but I think we need to be brave. So sometimes, for example, now patients are using Zobi, right? After one cycle, they call me. They said, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to drop. And I have to really hold their hands and tell them, brother, sister, it's going to be okay. You just need to go through it. Just get more like anti-nausea medication. We're going to help you with the hydration. There's a lot of care. But, in the middle, if you stop, you don't know what's the outcome. So, yeah, that's the same thing with the surgical intervention as well, because sometimes the gray zone is only like we can do shell decision based on surgical evaluation biology, and then also the patient themselves, right? How motivated they are. And then you can either offer surgery or not surgery, and then we have to look at your ECOG scores and your comorbidities. And if you are really depressed and you don't want to do anything, so how can we help you? So, yeah.
So Dr. Castillo needs Zofran if she gets into my car.
I don't think she's even allowed in mine. I don't have that much of Zofran available in my hand.
I'll drive you back.
People will spare her.
Yeah.
What questions you all have?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Does the biomarkers evolve as you start cancer treatments with the patients? And if they do or if they don't, how often should your surgeon be prescribing this next generation sequencing? I'm only asking because my doctor only did it twice. That's it. And I'm concerned now, really concerned, as to why he's not ordering the NGS or the CGP.
Do you want to take that?
Yeah, I can start, and then my colleagues can fill me in. So basically,
I would ask Dr. Castillo anyway.
yes. So speaking of the tumor profiling, right? So we also sometimes call it next generation sequencing. I think it's like tons of genes. They will look in the lab, and the DNA, RNA sequencing. They also look at the chip. And then, to my opinion, some of the genes, even we find a mutation, we may not have actionable drug for that mutation. And then to answer your question, so if we're dealing with stage 2, it may not necessary to look at the really profound gene, like thousands of genes mutation, because we are looking at the cure, and then we're looking at the surgical, and then first the neoadjuvant treatment, and then the response, and then go for surgery for cure, right? But for any stage 4, we have to test for NGS. And then also, I also talked to a bunch of commercial companies. I do not agree with their strategy. You know why? Because for our gastric cancer, we need to look at the IHC first. MSI high, we need to look at the MMR, we need to look at the Claudin and the HER2. And this is significantly change our patient's landscape and the treatment options. And then they run your test for RNA, DNA-seq, and then later they tell me, oh, I don't have tissue for your MSI. So I got very upset because then that changed my treatment, right? So this is one thing. And then speaking of the tumor marker evolution, so I don't know, so your individual situation. So usually after, so even the recent paper showed Claudin 18, even after FLOT, perioperative setting, after FLOT, 6% of patients will lost Claudin 18 overexpression. And also Dr. Woo mentioned HER2 as well. So we do see sometimes when patient is doing very well, all of a sudden they just have a recurrence, and then you ask yourself, what's going on? So then you retest those tumors, you find they lost the amplification. So yeah, so usually I would say for the advanced setting, we really need the biomarkers to help to decide which biomarker-driven therapy a patient need. A second thing is like when they have a recurrence or like progression, you also ask yourself whether I should do rebiopsy, because that may give me some guidance for the next for example, clinical trial. I do have a lady, and then she was MSI high, and after surgery, and then 2 years later, the cancer come back. When you do rebiopsy, they are HER2 positive, so then the treatment is very different, right? And also CMAT, and then we have some clinical trials if the patient had a CMAT. And the CMAT is also very interesting. After treatment, they gain those kind of amplifications. And then if you retest them, you may find a marker to be eligible for clinical trials.
Yeah. MSI, but now you were talking about the Claudin that they were not asking. So with I had the comprehensive genomic profiling, but I missed how often should the doctor be ordering these biomarkers?
If you don't mind, can you share the staging?
All I know is
what
that
stage are you?
What
stage are you?
Terminal stage 4, but I'm NET at the moment because I'm in immunotherapy.
What are they testing?
NTRK, gene mutated adenocarcinoma.
No. What are they testing? What tissue are they testing?
Gastric.
The
gastric.
Are they taking blood or?
Oh, they draw my labs. They draw my labs, but they haven't drawn them for about 2 years now. And I'm just on immunotherapy.
I'm not really sure what they're.
And it was with circulogene. But the only biomarkers that my surgeon had told me is that your NTRK phase 1 is negative, phase 2 is negative, and phase 3 is negative, but your PD-L1 pathways are now have converted to positive. And that was like 2 years ago. And that's it.
So usually those kind of like PD-L1, we use IHC by the tumor testing. So talking about the liquid biopsy, so we do sometimes, we want to check at the beginning, but talking about once you are on the treatment, and we do liquid biopsy mainly just for MRD, like a residual disease, and some of academic center like MD Anderson, they like to use the circulating DNA to trend their burden, even in stage 4. But speaking of NTRK, I don't know how accurate using the circulating DNA to see the NTRK, whether you are eligible for some clinical trials or to predict your treatment response. I'm not very sure about that part. But I'm glad that your disease is well controlled. Yeah, maybe, if you have maybe some questionable imaging changes, I'm happy we can see you, and also Dr. Santel and also USC, we're all here for you, and we don't mind to have a... Yeah, just echo my pals' comments. I do see patients it's MSI high esophageal cancer came to me after 1 year, and then they gave FLOT. When I saw this, patient's pathology revealed by all pathologists, then it's like 8 or 9 p.m. I just pick up the phone to call patient and tell them, hey, you have very unique cancer. And he said, why you call me so late? I said, I'm just excited.
If they there is one thing, I mean, this is a well-educated group and you're all well-informed, you're here for a reason, right? The most important thing for any patient with a diagnosis of cancer is seeking second, third opinions. And if we really care about our patients, which we do, I encourage my patients to have second and third opinion. I want them to be reassured. I want to make sure that they are informed. Right?
We're sharing a patient.
And we share a lot of common patients.
Yes,
Actually, we go back and
yes,
forth.
yes.
But it is important for patients, if your own doctors are not encouraging second, third opinions, as a patient should feel empowered to go for second, third opinions. It's you, and time is of essence, and you can't look back and have regrets. Right. And regret is a huge burden on you and your family. No regrets whatsoever. So seeking the right treatment from the right group and seeking the right advice is crucial. So that's one thing that any patient with a diagnosis of cancer should know.
Yeah, and using Dr. Woo's analogy, if you talk to me, you don't feel like jumping off of a plane, you go talk to Dr. Sentel, then maybe you want to jump off a plane. So, and sometimes just listen to like two different, maybe the first time you hear it, it just doesn't sound quite right, or maybe we're not, it's hard, it's a hard problem. You might need to hear from a second person, we might be even saying the same thing, but you might just need to hear a second person or a different way of saying it.
Yeah.
This actually segues into something that we're trying to plan, and I think, where's Aki? Aki, are you in here? So to make it a little bit easier for everybody, I think one of the onuses on the medical community or experts who treat gastric cancer and see a lot and know all this is to sort of network outside of our comprehensive cancer centers or even amongst our cancer centers. So one of the initiatives that we're starting tomorrow morning is for Southern California physicians who are experts in gastric cancer and who care about you are going to get together early in the morning during breakfast to create this network and come up with, discuss and disagree and agree and figure out how we can collaborate and really not just amongst us, but network out into the community so that those who can't travel, not everyone can travel, not even everyone can drive 2 hours even for their care for many, many reasons. So we'd like to link up with physicians in the community. We welcome partnering with medical oncologists, gastroenterologists, and everybody that is practicing may see 10 patients with gastric cancer a year, okay? Happy to talk to them, right? And once we link up together, we're going to be able to share information and expertise to the community physicians who are wondering, should I be sending this patient somewhere else? Should I send them to UCLA because they live right there? Should I send them to USC? They live 5 blocks away. Okay, what is the best care? Can I give them that care that is standard of care near home, so you don't have to travel, take 3 buses to get to City of Hope? I mean, some patients are, Ubering and then and taking time off from work and having family members do that. So I think it's on us, physicians, to really network together, and we all agree that we're going to do this, and there will be some male doctors there tomorrow, so don't worry. It'll be like a gender-neutral thing, but so yeah, I think that's something that we can help. So if you or your friends go see somebody for gastric cancer and their physician wants to talk to one of us, please have them call us. Everyone has our cell phone numbers. I can't speak for them, but
actually, they do.
They do. Right? So, yeah.
My cell phone number is available to every community doctor that has ever sent a patient to me. Every single person has my. Oftentimes, that's how they communicate. It's like, hey, do you have a minute? Can I talk to you about this patient? And being able to provide them with the guidance is because they'll say, Maggie, is this patient eligible for your trial?
Yes,
I'm giving this treatment. Is it reasonable? And it just allows for us to provide that expert advice without the patient having to go through all of the hoops and loops to come see us, including the insurance barriers.
Yeah.
So I could not agree more that we have an ethical and moral responsibility to make sure the knowledge that we have is available to all, not just to the patients who are coming into our clinic, but to help every patient.
I mean, I would love to operate on everybody because I love operating, but the truth of the matter is that, you know, care often is really should be close to home so you can spend time with your family. And when you need to travel for trials, those decisions should be made easier for you. And I think Hope for Stomach Cancer somehow supports and helps that, which is amazing. And so we're here to try to facilitate all of that from happening and even make it better, because it's really not that great. You know, it's really not that great, our communication, and that's on us, and we're gonna work on it.
I tell this, you know, one of the things I tell to everyone, including my trainees, is that we cannot operate on everybody, but we can help everyone. We can absolutely help everyone, not through surgery in every patient, but by being there, helping them understand the disease when they are candidates for surgery, when they are not, but then through research, right? You know, that is why we spend our weekends, and I also do my research on weekends and nights.
Yes,
right.
That's
and
the only time left.
That's the only time left, right? And the reason why we do that is to reach and to help a lot more than who comes to see us. Right? It is how we can help everyone, is by advancing the field, and that will be there forever once we have advanced it, right? And that's also part of our ethical and moral responsibility, and doing it collaboratively with our colleagues for the right reasons and for the right outcomes is that's why we are here. That's why we are here, and that's why that conversation tomorrow is going to be crucial.
Yeah, and all of you guys keep us honest, you know.
Yep. Next question. Hi, I told Dr. Castillo I would come up with a question. And thank you, Dr. Woo, for being our second opinion. I thought it was interesting, Dr. Woo, when you were talking about your team, you mentioned that you felt like your nutrition part had a lot of opportunity, and also just thinking about when trials, the European and the Asian trials were mentioned, just wondering your surgical point of view on the role of nutrition and diet on recurrence post-surgery.
That's a really great question. So I should have brought, one of our patients is not here, but I think it's paramount. Your nutrition, your health, your underlying health, your obesity, non-obesity, your exercise. There is actually lots of data on this in cancer world about how healthy you are and what you eat and your activity level related to cancer recurrences and cancer progression. But I'll tell you a very specific example. I have a patient who is now finishing integrative nutrition masters. She got very interested in it. She's in her 20s, and she got very interested in it because she was trying to find information after her gastrectomy, total gastrectomy, about what to eat, how to eat, and what things like probiotics, alternative medicines, microbiomes, like how does this affect her? Because she had a curative surgery, CDH1 mutation patient, but risk of recurrence is high, and she wanted to do everything she could. And so, yes, it's actually absolutely paramount. We spend most of our time talking about nutrition and health. She went and tested her microbiome in her feces, and there are changes. Dr. Castillo is doing some studies on this, and there are bacteria that predispose you to recurrence, and in peritoneum, and it actually, for her, it only appeared after her total gastrectomy. So after the total gastrectomy, when your acid is gone, there is something that can predispose you to cancer. And we need to figure out whether or not we can change that. So I know that there was a nutrition booklet that's out by Hope for Stomach Cancer, but there's also a lot of studies using microbiome, using mushrooms and alternative medicines that may help. And so at some point, we need to integrate all of this. You know, we have an integrative oncology center at City of Hope Lennar. I think we were just talking about how UC Irvine has it's Orange County. I mean, like Orange County and integrative oncology, but not to make light, I think it is actually probably one of the most important things that we should have that we are lacking in resources for. I wish we had a dedicated nutritionist, dietitian, to follow, because one appointment after surgery to tell you what to eat, that is a farce, okay? I spend 90%, my nurse practitioner spends like 90% of our conversations about diet, diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, dumping syndrome, and all of this completely disrupting your whole post-surgery, even pre-surgery with chemo, right, side effects. So I wish that there was some structured way we could put this all together, but the resources, these like, I don't want to call it ancillary, but what is thought of as ancillary, I think probably should be primary for some studies, and we are doing some of those studies, but it takes money. All of this is about resources and patient education. So if somebody wants to do a program, I mean, City of Hope is just got a big funding to do some of these, and we are investigating it. But in real life, how do we change this? So if you guys have any suggestions on how to make this work, I'd be happy to hear it.
And we briefly spoke about this, and this is a very important question, right? Supportive oncology. So what we offer is treatment, and we also offer a lot of support. But there is so much more support a patient needs, psychosocial support, you know, thinking about their own physical wellness and nutrition. There are so many components to it, and you need dedicated people meeting with the patients and helping them, right? So that is supportive oncology. It's not palliative care, it is supportive oncology to improve the well-being of the patient. And that is how this program should be designed, and integration with all the other aspects should also be part of it. And that's one of the things that at UCI, we have launched an very comprehensive supportive oncology program at this point, including nutrition being central to that supportive oncology, in addition to psychosocial support, including integrative medicine, acupuncture. You know, how do we think about not just nutrition, but the type of nutrition, all of that, right?
But
so,
I would beg to say that it may not be just supportive. Right now, it plays a supportive role, but I will say that there are.
It's beneficial.
We actually, if we were to investigate components of the things that we eat or supplements, there are like Bicoline and AHCC and other potential anti-cancer side effect treatments that can come about from some of our investigations that are coming to fruition at some point in the next 5 to 10 years. I think there will be a huge merger of some of this, not for everybody. You know, I don't know how long it takes to get into mainstream, because a lot of these things are bought as supplements and they're only available in certain sub amounts. But more and more studies will come out, especially in immune enhancement, right? If immune therapy is so important, and your NK cells and your T cells and macrophage 1s are so important. If you're able to switch macrophage 1 to 2, you activate your T cells. All of these things that help enhance some immune therapy, they may not only exist in just chemicals or CAR-Ts or TILs. They may come from some of the foods and supplemental drugs that are being developed. So I think it's a whole body of study that some of our institutions are involved in. I don't think it's at all mainstream at this point, but there are studies looking at this, especially in East Asia.
Yeah.
You know?
And I think this is the difference. You know, here we're talking about these we're talking beyond surgery right now, right? The three of us are surgeons, but we're really not talking about surgery. We're talking about the overall health. And overall, it's the diet, right? Diet is super important.
Exercise.
I think physical health, right? Being healthy. You know, we all talked about like gastric cancer surgery treatment is not a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon, right? All these treatment is months, not years. How do you physically and mentally stay strong, right?
adore.
This is one of the few meetings that actually has a, what is the room else? The relaxation room?
Wellness.
Wellness room, right? That is so important when we talk about immunotherapy. How do you get your immune system to get better? Being well. You know, when you're not well, you get sick. So it's three-pronged. It's diet, physical, and mental health. And I think all of us have to think more of it. Like, I think UCI may have the most. We have dietitians, but we're a little bit weaker on the wellness. And the wellness is a little bit more, people feel like it's a little more foo-foo. But I think it's really an important aspect of our care. I think when you're happier, you're more driven, you're more motivated, people do better. It's strange, but we see that over and over. And I don't know, I can't pull up a study.
Yeah, there's
but
lots of
people do.
foo-foo studies going on at City of Hope. Like there's like, we're doing aromatherapy, and then we're doing photodynamic therapy. We're doing, people are wearing like those VRs with music, and there's actually circadian rhythm. So one of our surgeons is looking at like making sure you sleep well at night, like how effective circadian rhythm and the timing of immunotherapy actually affects the efficacy. So this is science, right? So if you're sleeping well and depending on when they give you the immunotherapy, it's more effective, right? Studies have shown some of this. So it sounds foo-foo, but it's really, I think it's really going to come to mainstream soon as adjunctive therapies.
Do you see your patients? Do you see a lot of your patients suffering from post-bariatric hypoglycemia? And what is your thought on treatments to prevent that?
That is a really great question.
I think there are, I don't have a lot, but there's a selected patient, kind of similar to bariatric surgery, early dumping. These are hard. I have a couple patients that are persistent. They carry a bar with them all the time. They know to eat high protein. They avoid sugar. They run around with a bar with their pocket all the time. Nowadays, we can have the sugar monitor, so they wear it all the time to know that they are not hypoglycemic, because it is dangerous. So that's what, there are some medications, we haven't found one that really works well. We work out endocrine doctors, but generally it's diet and kind of knowing when to be cautious. Just eat when you get really hypoglycemic, and it's more protein-based.
All right, actually want to take a picture. Can we get a picture of them, please? Yeah, do they? Okay, all right. So let me go ahead and say this real fast before I guess we stand up.
Jason wants to be in the picture.
So tonight we are honored with 4 remarkable women, physicians who stand in the front lines for all of us. Each one of them is a healer, a scientist, and honestly, when someone asks if we know them, we shouldn't just say we know her. We should add an O, because we know a hero. They're all heroes for what they do. And I think from the bottom of our heart, we just all want to say thank you. So if we could get a round of applause for them, please.
Thank you.
So this concludes our presentations for the day. However, I mentioned earlier about let's all run to the bar. Well, guess what? Aki heard me, and she said between the hours of 6 and 7, we're going to have an open bar. So cash bar. Just kidding. The message was sent. But luckily, we have 4 remarkable women up here that, and don't forget, after dinner at 8 p.m., those that want to join us in the Lynchburg room for a sound bath experience. And then at 9 p.m., we're going to head to the pool tonight. Indoor pool. Well, we could do outdoor if we really want to get crazy with it, but I heard they're both heated. But we'll be there hanging out for the rest of the night, okay? So don't forget, tomorrow morning, breakfast between 7:30 and 9:30, no open bar. Sorry. Yeah, mimosas. And then we're going to begin our session at 9:30, okay? So we're going to go ahead now and snap the photo if we can. We're going to look straight ahead at this gentleman with the hat on. All right? So, and then we're going to go to dinner. All right, ladies.